Witness, pag pumirma ang verifier dito sa box na to, sa signature verified by, ano po ang ibig sabihin nito?
Ang ibig sabihin po ng signature ng verifier ay na-verify niya po yung identity ng payee base po sa kanyang IDs na presinta. At the same time po, na-check niya rin po sa system na ito po ay may advice na galing po sa Office of the Vice President na pwede na pong i-release.
Okay. Now, pupunta po tayo sa susunod na box na may nakalagay po ditong posted by. At meron din po ditong mukhang pirma. Now, Madam Witness, ang tanong ko po sa inyo, kaninong pirma po itong nakalagay sa posted by? Kung alam po ninyo.
Ang nakapirma po sa posted by ay kay Teller po.
Okay. So, Madam Witness, pag pumirma ang isang teller dito sa box na to kung saan nakalagay ay posted by, ano po ang ibig sabihin ng kanyang pirma? Kung maalala po ninyo.
Ang pirma po ni Teller, ang ibig sabihin po nito ay na-encode na po niya sa system ang lahat po ng detalyado ng cheque.
Okay. Now, pupunta na po tayo sa ikatlong box na may nakalagay pong approve by at meron din po ditong mukhang pirma. Now, Madam Witness, kanino naman pong pirma ito? Kung kilala po ninyo.
Pirma po ito ng aming approver.
Okay. Pag pumirma po ang approver dito po sa box na to, ano po ang ibig sabihin ng kanyang pirma?
Ang ibig sabihin po ng pirma ng approver ay nakita niya po na ang proseso ng pag-verify po sa cheque ay dumaan po sa tamang proseso at ito po ay pwede na pong i-encash.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, bakit po kayo pamilyar dito sa tatlong pirma na binanggit po ninyo?
Sila po yung aking mga staff nung ako po ay nasa Land Bank Show Boulevard pa po. Ako po yung branch manager.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, ang susunod ko pong tanong sa inyo, kailan po na-encash itong checking ito? Kung maalala po ninyo.
As shown po dito sa dokumento na to, ito po ay na-encash ng 20 December 2022.
20. Okay. Now, sabi po ninyo, as shown dito sa record, ano po bang record ang binabanggit ninyo, Madam Witness?
Ito po yung validation ng teller na naka-appear po doon sa ilalim.
Now, Madam Witness, pwede po bang pakituro po sa amin, nasaan po dito sa parting to, ng dorsal side
Ito
ng
po.
cheque, yung binabanggit po ninyo?
Nasa ibaba po, lower right portion.
Lower right portion.
Opo,
Pwede po bang paki-zoom para po mas malinaw at para po sa mas makita po natin ng maigi? Yan. Yan. Saan po dito? Ano pong nakalagay?
20 December, DEC 2022.
Yan. Okay. Now, Madam Witness, kailan nilagay ang markang ito, kung alam po ninyo?
On time po ng encashment.
Okay. Now, pupunta na po tayo sa pangalawang dokumento, Madam Witness. Ito po ay yung check number 0000244053 na may petsang January 31, 2023 at payable sa isang, again, Miss Gina F. Acosta for 125 million pesos. Now, Madam Witness, ano po ang relasyon ng checking ito sa mga checking binabanggit po ninyo kanina? Kung meron man po.
Yan pong cheque na yan ay isa po sa mga apat na cheque po na na-encash po ni Miss Gina F. Acosta nung ako po ang branch manager.
Okay. Madam Witness, hindi ko na po itatanong sa inyo yung taas dahil yung po ay inadmit na at in-stipulate na po natin. Pupunta po tayo doon sa lower portion kung saan may nakalagay na Exhibit P-Roman numeral 1-28-B-1. Now, Madam Witness, ano po itong imahe na minarkahan ng nasabing exhibit? Kung alam po ninyo.
Ito po yung likod ng cheque po.
Okay. Now, bakit po pa kayo pamilyar dito po sa checking ito, Madam Witness?
Ito po yung in-encash nga po nung ni Miss Gina Costa nung time ko pong manager sa Land Bank Show.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, pupunta tayo dun sa malaking box. Pwede po bang paki-zoom in ulit yung malaking box? Pwede po paki-ipatatayo po. Yan. Now, Madam Witness, kagaya po ng naunang cheque, ito po ay may 3 boxes doon at nakapaloob po sa malaking box. Doon sa kaliwa, may nakalagay po dito, signature verified by, at meron din pong mukhang pirma. Now, Madam Witness, kaninong pirma po to? Kung maalala po ninyo at kung kilala po ninyo.
Gaya po na sabi ko kanina, ang nakapirma po sa signature verified by ang verifier po ng branch.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, doon naman po sa gitna, meron din po ditong pirma na posted by. Kaninong pirma po to? Kung maalala po ninyo at kung kilala po ninyo.
Sa posted by po, si teller po.
Okay. Doon naman po sa parting nakalagay approved by. Kanino naman pong pirma ito kung alam po at kung kilala po ninyo?
Pirma po yung approver, akin po yung initial signature.
Pirma po ninyo. Okay. Now, Madam Witness, bakit po kayo pamilyar dun sa unang 2 pirma na binabanggit po ninyo?
Mga staff ko po siya nung ako po ay branch manager po ng Show Boulevard branch at nawi-witness ko rin po yung mga pirma nila sa iba pang mga bank documents.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, ito pong pangalawang cheque na nakikita po natin, kailan po ito in-encash kung maalala po ninyo?
As shown po dito sa dokumento, ito po ay na-encash noong 06 Feb 2023 po.
06 Feb 2023. Now, Madam Witness, nasa ang parte dito po sa likod yung inyong pinagbabasihan?
Nasa lower right po portion.
Lower right portion. Pwede po ba pakituro po ninyo specific? Saan po dyan na nakalagay?
Yun po, 06 Feb 2023.
06 Feb 2023. Okay. Now, Madam Witness, kailan po inilagay ang markang to kung alam po ninyo?
Nung araw po ng encashment po niya.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, pupunta na po tayo sa ikatlong cheque.
With the permission of the Honorable Chua, Attorney Poa, is this part of what you stipulated or no?
Actually,
The verifier's signature, the teller's signature, the approver's signature, as well as the date of encashment.
to be candid, Your Honor, it wasn't part, but right now we are willing to stipulate the same, Your Honor.
So, if you're willing to stipulate, let the presiding officer state it for the record that the signature underneath the on the dorsal side of the check with number 000024, kindly show it to the screen, 245511 in the amount of 125 million pesos with the payee as Gina F. Acosta, dated April 18, 2023, that the signatures of the verifier, the teller, and the approver are all authentic and genuine, and that these were made in the course of their ordinary performance of duties. And the date of encashment is April 25, 2023, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And insofar as Land Bank check number 000024, kindly show it to the screen, 5664, payable to Gina F. Acosta in the amount of 125 million, dated July 13, 2023. The signature of the verifier, teller, and approver on the dorsal side are also all authentic and were signed in the course of the performance of their ordinary duties. and that the date of encashment is July 14, 2023, correct?
We stipulate, Your Honor.
So stipulated, counsel from the panel of prosecutors, the Honorable Chua, given the stipulation, these are now deemed admissions for the information of the senator judges, and no proof or testimony is necessary to be presented by the panel of prosecutors. You may proceed, Honorable Chua.
Okay, with that, Your Honor, we would like to manifest that and state for the record, Your Honor, that the dorsal portion of the said checks were marked, Your Honor, as our Exhibit P, that's Roman numeral 1, that's 28, that's A, that's 1 for the first check, Your Honor, and for the second check, Your Honor, Exhibit P, that's Roman numeral 1, that's 28, that's B, that's 1, and for the third check, Your Honor, Exhibit P, that's Roman numeral 1, that's 28, that's C, that's 1, and for the fourth check, Your Honor, is Exhibit P, that's Roman numeral 1, that's 28D, that's 1, Your Honor. For the record, Your Honor. Now,
Duly noted and entered into the records. You may
Now-
proceed when you're ready.
thank you, Your Honor. Now, Madam Witness, dito po sa checking ito, may nakatatak po dito na certified true copy of the digital copy on file. Now, Madam Witness, pwede po ba malaman namin nasaan po ang original ng checking ito, kung alam po ninyo?
Ang original copy po ng mga check-in nito ay na-shred na po siya.
Okay. Bakit po siya sinred, kung alam po ninyo?
As per bank policy po, lahat po ng mga negotiated checks ay may retention period lang po ng 1 year. Kaya ito po ay sineshed na.
Okay. So sinasabi po ninyo na ang mga cheque ay sinisred. Now, Madam Witness, pag sinabi ninyong shred, ano po ang ibig sabihin ninyo ng salitang o katagang shred?
Ang meaning po ng shred, ito po ay dumadaan po siya sa machine shredder. So, napipira-piraso na po siya ng maliliit.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, sabi ninyo yung physical copy ng mga checking ito ay na-shred na. Ngayon, ano ang relasyon netong digital copies na ito sa mga cheque na galing sa land bank na binabanggit mong cheque?
Ano po ang relasyon?
Yes,
Ito
ano
po
po?
yung mga cheque po na na-encash po nga ni Miss Gina Acosta.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, pupunta po tayo sa proseso ng encashment ng 4 na cheque. Okay. Now, Madam Witness, ano ang proseso ng encashment dito po sa 4 na checking ito? Kung maalala po ninyo.
Ang process po na encashment namin, particularly ito pong transaction na to, ay malaki po yung amount involved. So meron pong tumatawag sa amin from cash division po ng OVP a day or 2 prior po doon sa encashment na
Okay.
meron po
Sige po, tuloy po ninyo.
na meron po silang for encashment nga po na 125 million.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, binanggit ninyo, meron sa inyong tumatawag from the cash department ng OBP. Now, Madam Witness, ang tanong ko po, sino po ang tumatawag sa inyo from the cash department ng OBP? Kung maalala lang po ninyo.
Yung sa cash division po yun ng OVP, si Miss Queenie Masangkay po.
Winnie Masangkay. At sino naman po sa inyong branch ang tinatawagan ni Miss Queenie Masangkay?
Ako po, ang
Okay
tinatawagan
po. Okay.
niya.
Now, Madam Witness, paano po ninyo nalaman na si Miss Queenie Masangkay ay from cash department ng OBP?
Bali siya po yung liaison ng OVP from the cash division at siya rin po yung tumatawag po sa akin sa other banking needs po nila.
Okay. So, Madam Witness, kanina binanggit ninyo na kaya tumatawag sa inyo si Miss Queenie Masangkay para i-advise kayo a day or 2 prior?
Opo.
Bakit po kailangan kayong i-advise a day or 2 prior sa encashment?
Bali, meron po kasing cash involved limit lang po ang branch. So, wala po kaming any given day na amount po for that much po. Kaya kailangan po namin itong mag-request po sa aming cash center for assistance.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, ang tanong ko po sa inyo, pagkatapos po kayong tawagan ni Miss Queenie Masangkay, ano na po ang susunod na mangyayari kung meron man po?
Bali po, kino-communicate ko po sa aming branch cashier na meron pong ganitong cash requirement po ang Office of the Vice President. At the same time po, para po maka-coordinate po siya sa aming cash center for the cash transfer po.
So pagkatapos po, mag-request o ma-coordinate ng inyong cashier, ano na po ang susunod na mangyayari kung meron man po?
Bali po, pagdating na ng cash na ito, tinatawagan ko po si Miss Queenie Masangkay po, na available na po yung cash sa branch.
Okay. So pagkatapos po ninyong tawagan, si Miss Queenie Masangkay, ano na po ang susunod pang mangyayari kung meron man po?
Bali, pumupunta na po si Miss Gina Costa at si Mr. Ortonio po sa branch para po mag-encash.
Okay. Ngayon, binanggit po ninyo ang isang pangalang Miss Gina Costa at Mr. Ortonio. Paano po ninyo nakilala si Miss Acosta at si Mr. Ortonio?
Mr. Ortonio, kasi bali, isa po siya sa mga authorized signatories po ng OVP. And then, inintroduce niya po si Miss po yung pay ng cheque worth 125 million po.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, pagpunta po sa inyo ni Miss Gina Acosta at ni Mr. Ortonio, ano na po ang susunod na mangyayari?
Noong first encounter ko po sa kanila, bali po yung cheque na yon ay binigay po ni Miss Gina together with her identification card niya. So, finorward ko po ito sa verifier para po ma-process.
So pagkatapos po ninyong i-forward sa verifier para ma-process, ano na po ang susunod na nangyari kung meron man po?
Bali po, bine-verify po ito ni verifier, yung mga authorized signatories po ng cheque. And then, chine-check niya rin po sa system kung ito po ay mayroon ng advice from the OVP para po ito ay i-release na.
Okay. So pagkatapos po ma-check, kung meron ng advice, ano na po ang susunod na mangyayari kung meron man po?
Na-forward na po ito sa teller para po encode sa system at para po makapag-request na po siya ng cash.
Okay. So pag-forward sa teller, ano na po ang susunod na mangyayari kung meron man po?
Pag po na-approve na rin po ng approver, tatawagin na po niya si Miss Gina Costa para po mapareceive niya po yung cash.
Okay. So sabi ninyo, tatawagin ni approver si Miss Gina Costa para tanggapin na yung cash.
Si teller po ang tumatawag
Okay.
po.
Tatawagin ni teller si Miss Gina Costa para
Ipa-receive na po yung
ipa-receive
cash.
na yung cash. Ano na po ang susunod mangyayari pagkatapos pong i-inform ni teller si Miss Gina Costa?
Bali, since malaki din nga po yung amount, ina-guide po si Gina Acosta papasok po sa backroom para po doon i-release yung cash.
Okay. Ngayon, may binabanggit po kayong backroom. Sino-sino po ang nasa backroom kung alam po ninyo?
Noong pong unang release po noong cash, ako po ang nandoon, si teller, yung branch cashier, si Miss Gina, and then si Mr. Limuel po.
Okay.
Ortonio.
So pagdating ninyo sa backroom, ano na po yung mga sumunod na pangyayari kung meron man po?
Nirelease po yung ng teller po, after po ma-receive, doon sa cheque po, yung payment received, nirelease na po ni teller yung cash kay Miss Gina in packs po siya, worth 1 million each po.
Okay, so maalala po ba ninyo kung ilang packs po ang nirelease kay Miss Gina Acosta?
Bali, 125 packs po yun.
125 packs. Okay. Now, pagkatapos pong i-release itong pera in packs, in 125 packs, ano na po ang susunod na mangyayari?
Bali, nilalagay na po nila yon sa dala po nilang bags.
Okay. Ngayon, meron po kayong binanggit na bag. Madam Witness, anong klaseng bag ang pinaglagyan ng pera kung maalala po ninyo?
Sa pagkaalala ko po, isang mahabang malaking bag po siya. Para pong gym bag.
Okay. Madam Witness, ilang bag po ang dala po ni Miss Gina Acosta at ni Mr. Ortonio?
Sa pagkaalala ko po, mga 3 to 4 bags po yun.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, sabi ninyo, nilagay dito yung 125 million sa 3 to 4 bags. Okay. Ano na po ang susunod na mangyayari pagkalagay po nila dito po sa bag?
Lalabas na po sila ng bangko.
Okay. Madam Witness, si Miss Gina Acosta lang po ba? O sino, may kasama pa po ba si Miss Gina Acosta at saka si Limuel Ortonio?
Sa pagkaalala ko po, meron po silang kasama.
Ilan po, kung maalala po ninyo?
Hindi ko na po ma-recall.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, ang tanong ko po sa inyo, paglabas po nila, meron po ba sa bangko na empleyado na tumulong sa kanila para bitbitin po itong bag, kung meron man po?
Wala po, sir.
Bakit po wala?
It's against bank policy po na tumulong po sa mga kliyente, ang mga empleyado, or even po yung security guards po namin.
Bakit po yun against sa bank policy, Madam Witness?
In case po na for safety and security measures din po, para po hands-off na po ang bangko once na ma-release na po yung physical cash po.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, ito pong huling tanong ko. How much po in total, Madam Witness, ang winidraw in relation po dito po sa 4 na checking binabanggit po ninyo?
Ang total po ng 4 na cheque, mga po siya, kalahating bilyon po.
Okay. That would be all, Your Honor.
Thank you, Honorable Chua. Cross from the Council for Respondent, Attorney Po. You may proceed when you're ready, sir.
Nothing to cross, Your Honor, from our end. However, Your Honor, may I just make a manifestation just on the markings, Your Honor?
Council may do so.
Just on the markings of the check, we'd also like to put on record, Your Honors, that for check with ending 244027, dated December 20, 2022, this is marked by the prosecution on the face of the check as T-1-130-OBP. On the dorsal portion, it is D-1-130-OVP-1. For the second check, dated January 31, 2023, ending with 244053. On the face of the check, this is marked as D-1-131-OVP. Dorsal portion is marked as D-1-131-OVP-1. For the third check, dated April 13, 2023, with ending 245511, face of the check is marked as D-1-132-OVP, while the dorsal portion was marked as D-1-132-OVP-1. For the fourth and last check, ending 245664, dated July 13, 2023, the face of the check was marked as D-1-133-OVP, while the dorsal portion was marked as T-1-133-OVP-1. That is all, Your Honors. Again, nothing to cross from our end.
Yeah. Yeah. Just to correct you, the check ending in 5511 is dated April 18.
Correct, Your Honor. April 18, 2023.
No, you mentioned 13 earlier.
I stand
according
corrected,
to.
Your Honor.
So it's 18.
Yes, 18, Your Honor.
Thank you. Given that there is no cross and therefore no redirect, we now proceed to allow the senator judges for their interventions in the order that they signify their intent to ask questions and make interventions. The Honorable Erwin Tulfo, thereafter the Honorable Rafi Tulfo, thereafter the Honorable Senator Judge Aquino. The Honorable Tulfo is recognized for his interjections and interventions. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Miss Witness, Miss Constantino, dyan ba talagang account ng mga OVP sa bangko ninyo, sa show? Or si VP lang ang nag-open ng account dyan sa bangko ninyo?
Yung Office of the Vice President po.
OVP.
Opo.
So, hindi lahat dyan may account ang OVP?
Wala na po akong alam.
Okay. Kaya nga po, tanong ko natin, si dating VP Robredo po ba nagbukas din ng account dyan?
Actually po, na-transfer lang po sa amin ang MDS account po ng Office of the Vice President noong pong September 2022 nung lumipat po sila ng kanilang office address sa Pioneer, Mandaluyong.
Okay. Normal po ba na ganito kalaki ang wini-withdraw ng isang government agency? Is this normal? Nakakita ka na ba nito ng other government agencies na ganito kalaki ang withdrawal?
Wala po, unusual po ito.
Si dating VP Robredo po ba nagbukas din ng account dyan?
Actually po, na-transfer lang po sa amin ang MDS account po ng Office of the Vice President noong pong September 2022 nung lumipat po sila ng kanilang office address sa Pioneer, Mandaluyong.
Okay. Normal po ba na ganito kalaki ang wini-withdraw ng isang government agency? Is this normal? Nakakita ka na ba nito ng other government agencies na ganito kalaki ang withdrawal?
Wala po, unusual po ito.
Unusual yung withdrawal. So therefore, kung unusual, Madam Witness, hindi po kayo nagtanong man lang, para saan po ba kayo ito? Kasi alam ko sa bangko po, nagtatanong. Ako po, nagbabangko ko sa pribado. Natatanong po yung staff ko, para saan ba gagamitin ni Sir ito, ni Sen? Hindi na ba ninyo tinatanong?
Kasi po may advice naman po siya. So, kumbaga dumaan naman po ito sa proseso nila. Kaya, I don't think po na magtanong pa kami.
What is the SOP? Ano pong standard operating procedure pag may mga malalaking withdrawal? Or exempted pag mga government agency, lalo po't mga matataas na ahensya ng pamahalaan?
Wala na pong exemption. Kaya lang po itong sa particular na transaction po ng OVP, bali meron naman po kasi silang forward advice po sa branch.
Okay. Alam niyo po ba na ito ay for intelligence fund, yung wini-withdraw?
Hindi po.
Hindi niyo po alam na Intel fund ito?
Opo.
Pero nagduda po kayo sa ganitong kalaking halaga. Is that correct?
Sa personal opinion namin sa bangko, parang syempre po, saan kaya gagamitin po yung cash na to? So, pero hindi naman po namin tinanong na. Kasi may advice naman po siya.
Okay, panghuli na lamang po, Madam Witness. May other agencies pa ba na may account sa inyo?
Marami naman pong mga government agencies po sa
Sa branch
Show.
ninyo? Okay. Pero walang mga ganito kalalaking withdrawal?
So far po kasi na-convert na po lahat kasi sila sa mga online system like yung sa ATM payroll. So hindi na po ganyang kalalaki mga withdrawals po nila.
Thank you, Madam Witness. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo. Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo is recognized. You may proceed, sir, when you're ready for interjections and interventions. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Madam Witness, magandang umaga po.
Magandang umaga rin po.
Hindi masyado klaro sa amin yung sinabi mong mga bag ang pinaglagyan nitong 125 million. Anong klaseng bag muli?
Sa pagkakaalala ko po, ito po isang mahabang bag na
Mahaba.
parang dinescribe ko nga po as
Duffel
like
bag? Gym bag?
gym bag po. Iba po kasi
Gym
yung
bag.
duffel bag sa bangko.
So gym bag, ano kalaking? Isang
Mahaba
lipa?
po.
Okay. Ayon sa BSP, ang 1 million, approximately 1 kilo. So that's 125 million. So si Gina lamang ang nagbitbit ng 125 kilos palabas ng bangko?
Ang alam ko pong assistance po na naalala ko po ay nag-provide po kami ng trolley.
Ng trolley. At
Opo.
mag-isa lang si Gina.
May kasama po sila eh. Hindi ko lang po ma-recall.
So ilang duffel bag po ulit?
Mga 3 to 4 bags po.
So 3 to 4.
Bags.
Yung sa 125
Gym bags.
million. Gym bags. Dapat sigurado. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Kasi kung 125 million at 3 gym bag, yung gym bag, ano nang kalaki yun? Mukhang hindi mahaba.
Opo.
Kakasya ba dyan 125 kilos?
31 million per.
Baka nagkakamali kayo.
Mga 3 to 4 bags nga po.
Dapat precise po kayo. Dapat ginadjust daw nyo yan bago paglabas. 3 bags ang lumabas, ang pinaglagyan.
Hindi na po namin yan, ano po.
Okay, sige. Pero dapat, you should be approximate, precise kasi we're talking of impeachment of the Vice President dito. Hindi dapat yung parang kalkulasyon lamang. As much as possible.
Opo, mga gano'n, 4 bags.
Okay, 4 bags. Now, wala bang, kasi alam ko, pag ganun kalaki amount, kuminsan yung bangko nag-offer doon sa depositor na i-deliver yung pera sa lugar na gusto nilang pupuntahan ng perang yon through the what we call armored car or armored vehicle. Hindi kayo na-provide na gano'n?
ay yung Article 1 ng impeachment kung saan nakapaloob yung umano.
Senator Judge Villanueva, Senator Judge Villar Camille, Senator Judge Villar Mark, Senator Judge Zubiri, the presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero, Senate President Gatchalian.
With 16 senator judges present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. In accordance with the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the chair now recognizes the duly elected presiding officer to preside over the proceedings of the impeachment court.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. If there are no objections, we shall dispense with the reading of the Journal of July 29, 2026 of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and shall consider the same as approved. The clerk of court will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte.
Appearances for the parties.
Good morning, Your Honor. Same appearance for the prosecution. We are ready, Your Honor.
Thank you and good morning. Appearances for the respondent.
Good morning, Your Honor. Same appearance for the respondent accused. Thank you, Your Honor.
Will the lead prosecutor kindly call their witness for today?
Your Honor, may I request that counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Lorna Kapunan, be recognized.
Attorney Kapunan is recognized. Attorney Kapunan, the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, kindly call your first witness, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honors. Attorney Lorna Patao Kapunan, counsel for the petitioners under the direct control and supervision of the House panel of prosecutors. We'd like to call on our first witness, Your Honors, Mr. Roderick C. Wamil.
The clerk of court, through Sergeant at Arms, is directed to kindly bring and situate at the witness stand the witness of the prosecution for today, Mr. Roderick Wamil. Before you sit down, Mr. Wamil, clerk of court is directed to subscribe the witness, or rather put the witness under oath. Apologies.
Please raise your right hand.
You, Roderick C. Wamil, do swear that the evidence you shall give in the case now pending between the Philippines and Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
You may sit down, Mr. Wamil. Your witness, counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Kapunan, you may proceed when you're ready with your offer.
Thank you, Your Honor. But before we proceed, senators, honorable senators and presiding officer, may we flash on the screen page 2 of the pretrial order dated 29 June 2026. Please note from the screen that several admitted facts are stated in the said pretrial order. I call your attention, please, to page 2 of the pretrial order. These are the admitted facts for Article 1 on the misuse and misappropriation of confidential funds. I will not read them anymore, but I'd like to highlight certain admissions.
The lady may proceed for the guidance of the senator judges.
Thank you, Your Honor. As can be seen from the screen, first, the OVP, Office of the Vice President, had confidential funds in the fixed amount of 125 per quarter. The first quarter of 2023 is February 6 to March 29, 2023. For the second quarter of 2023, that is April 25 to June 30, 2023, and for the third quarter of 2023, which covers the period July 14 to September 30, 2023, fixed amounts per quarter of 125 million.
You're referring to paragraph numbers 2.5, 2.6, and 2.7, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Also admitted is the fact that Gina Acosta was the Office of the Vice President's Special Disbursing Officer, or SDO, in relation to the OVP's confidential funds for the fourth quarter of 2022, as well as the first, second, and third quarters of 2023, as can be seen on the screen. May I ask counsel for the respondent?
We confirm that, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Likewise, Your Honor, this honorable court presiding officer will recall that in the hearing last Wednesday, several stipulations were made by both parties, and in fact, upon the initiative of Attorney Poa, counsel for the respondent. May I just remind this court what these are, and they will be flashed on the screen for the better appreciation of this honorable court. Both the prosecution and the respondent agreed last Wednesday's hearing to the following stipulations. First, that the OVP issued 4 checks, all in the name of Gina F. Acosta, worth 125 million each on December 20, 2022, January 31, 2023, April 18, 2023, and July 13, 2023. Second, that these said amounts were paid by the Philippine Treasury for the account of the Office of the Vice President. Third, that Ms. Gina Acosta received the amounts of the said checks on December 20, 2022, February 6, and July 11, stipulated, Your Honor, were paid by the Philippine Treasury for the account.
Counsel, what was the date of encashment? You mentioned July 11, or is it July 16? Check your records, because then of the check.
Respondent.
Kindly, last three digits 664. Counsel on July 11, 2023.
Come on, guys.
It should be, if I kindly check the dorsal side of the check.
Encashment.
You may proceed, Counsel.
That the said amounts were paid by the Philippine Treasury for the account of the Department of Education Office of the Secretary. And lastly, that Mr. Edward D. Fajarda received the amounts of the checks on February 22, 2023, April 26, 2023, and July 13, 2023, which amounts to 112.5 million, Your Honors. May we ask counsel for respondent to confirm this?
Your Honors, I really don't want to make a big issue about this, but just on the first stipulation, Your Honors, please. We remember stipulating only as to the ability of the witness to identify the checks and to the authenticity
Of the checks.
of the checks. Now, I do understand where the counsel for the prosecution is coming from, but perhaps we could just refer to our records in terms of the stipulations made, Your Honors.
The presiding officer remembers that the authenticity and execution of the checks, as well as all the information contained therein, meaning to say the signatories, the payee, the amount contained therein, the date it was encashed, were all stipulated to by the respondent. In not so many words, counsel, you are correct.
Yes, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, not only the front side of the check, but the dorsal
Including the
side.
dorsal side, meaning to say the checker, the validator, the...
Yes, Your Honors.
Yes, they were all stipulated to by the respondent. You are
Thank
correct,
you,
counsel.
Mr. Presiding Officer. And lastly, Your Honors, please. As you can see in front of you, we have 15 boxes. 15 boxes of confidential funds. For this witness alone, he will be identifying 50 exhibits.
Are you proceeding with your offer already, counsel?
No, Your Honor. This is in addition to our proposed stipulation, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. Proceed.
Okay. This witness will be identifying 50 exhibits. The acknowledgement receipts alone for the fourth quarter of the Office of the Vice President will be 845 documents, Your Honor. And not to preempt testimony of the next witness, this next witness will attest to 3,664 documents, of which 3,617 are acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor. My proposed stipulation, Your Honor, since most of these documents, Your Honor, are not documents from the prosecution. These documents are the liquidation documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President and the Department of Education Secretary to liquidate the 500 million confidential funds of the Office of the President and the 116.5 million of the DepEd, Your Honor. Just to emphasize, Your Honor, these are common exhibits. And if counsel, we can flash them on the screen. Most of these are common exhibits. For the Office of the Vice President, we have 14 common exhibits for the period December 21 to 31. For the first quarter of 2023, there are 6 common exhibits, 6 common exhibits as well for the second quarter of 2023, and 5 common exhibits for the Office of the Vice President, Your Honor. And this is a total of 31 common exhibits, Your Honor. For the DepEd, Your Honor, we have 6 common exhibits for the first quarter, 7 common exhibits for the second quarter, and 6 common exhibits for the third quarter, Your Honor. And here is where we ask for stipulation, Your Honor. Since these are prosecution exhibits as well as defense exhibits, and in addition to that, these are documents submitted by the defense themselves to the COA by way of liquidation, Your Honor, may we request for stipulations. For the appreciation of the senator judges and the presiding judge, flashed on the screen are the exhibits we want stipulated, the prosecution exhibit numbers, and the defense exhibit numbers, Your Honor.
These are only insofar as the common exhibits are concerned, Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. These are only common exhibits.
What respondent say?
Your Honor, may we just ask for, and I apologize for having to request for this, but may we just ask for at least a 5-minute suspension so we can also concur with the prosecution panel and to check exactly what documents they would want to stipulate. Because, Your Honors, we have no problem stipulating, but we also, due to the voluminous nature of the documents, we just want to make sure we're also ensuring the rights for clients, especially, if there are questions on chain of custody, etc.
With the permission of my fellow senator
Just 5
judges,
minutes.
this is in the interest of abbreviating the proceedings anyway. Chair declares a 5-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honors. The physical exhibits are here if counsel wants to look at them. Sure.
We are on recess. No need for permission to approach each other.
lang natin ulit. So hindi na sila
The trial is resumed. Paumanhin sa mga kapwa ko Senator Judge, gayon din sa publiko nagsusubaybay sa medyo mahabang panahong ginugol natin. Para magkomparahan ng dokumento, I assure you this is time well spent because whatever stipulations and or admissions may be agreed upon by the parties will go a long way insofar as abbreviating the proceedings. Counsel for respondent is recognized for his comment to the request for stipulation by the counsel for the panel of prosecutors.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I would like to thank the Honorable Court for your patience as well. So upon consulting with my colleagues as well as the opposing counsel, the defense is willing to stipulate on the list of documents provided except for the acknowledgement receipts for the period covering December 21 to 31, 2022. Because one...
What period is that again, counsel?
Acknowledgement receipts for the period covering December 21 to 31, 2022, Your Honor.
December 21 to 22.
To 31, 2022.
To 12/31, 2022.
Yes, that's correct. December 21 to December 31, 2022. That's
Okay.
correct, Your Honors. Your Honors, just for the information of the Honorable Court, although these were labeled as common exhibits, we marked them separately, and there are issues concerning these acknowledgement receipts that I believe will also be touched upon by other witnesses in the future, and for those reasons, Your Honors, we cannot stipulate on the same.
How many pieces of documentary evidence would constitute these acknowledgement receipts covering this period, approximately?
Approximately at least 900, Your Honors.
So that's about 900 over 3,000 plus. Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, correct?
Your Honor, please, just a logistics issue. I don't think they can hear us at the sound booth po.
Who can't hear you?
The ones flashing our screen. Are they okay? Okay. Just to address the query of the Honorable Presiding Judge, Your Honor, the acknowledgement receipts constitute 845 documents, Your Honor, for this particular witness and for this particular period, Your Honor. But for the next witness, Your Honor, they constitute 3,617 acknowledgement receipts.
In regard to the acknowledgement receipts that the counsel for respondent refuses to stipulate on, is it with this witness or the next witness?
This witness, Your Honor, 845 acknowledgement receipts for the period, 11-day period, December 21 to December 31, Your Honor.
So, in other words, all of the acknowledgement receipts that this witness will testify to was not stipulated to by the counsel for the respondent.
That's correct, Your Honor.
With respect to the others, it is so stipulated, counsel?
Yes, Your Honors. Other documents, you mean? Yes.
Other documents that
On the
are
list.
commonly marked are so stipulated and admitted by the counsel for respondents? Under Article 1?
The documents that are in the list of
Yes.
proposed stipulations, Your Honors.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, you may proceed when you're ready with your offer. Unless you have other stipulations to ask
We
for.
have other stipulations, Your Honor.
You may proceed, counsel.
Secondly, that the office of the Vice President was allotted confidential funds in the amount of 125 million in December of 2022.
We are okay to stipulate with counter stipulation that this was approved by the Office of the President as recommended by the DBM, Your Honor.
What does counsel for the panel of prosecutors state?
No, Your Honor. Oh, yes? Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
So yes.
In deference to the President. Yes, Your Honor.
So yes, the stipulation, proposed stipulation by the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, subject to the qualification of the counsel for respondent, is deemed admitted to and stipulated on. May proceed, counsel.
Thirdly, Your Honor, as can be seen on the screen, the DepEd was allotted confidential funds in the fixed amount of 37.5 million quarterly.
For what year? For what period?
2023, Your Honor.
Counsel for the respondent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Atty.
But again, with counter stipulation that under the General Appropriations Act, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
So stipulated, duly noted, Senator judges are duly informed.
That the fourth stipulation is that the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd withdrew their respective confidential funds quarterly allocation in full from the first to the third quarters of 2023.
Counsel for the respondent, what do you say?
We are willing to stipulate on that, Your Honor.
So stipulated, Senator judges are likewise so informed of the stipulation by the parties in regard to this fact.
The fifth, that the Office of the Vice President also received confidential funds in the amount of 125 million on December 20, 2022, which it used up in 11 days.
No
Counsel.
stipulation, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Counsel?
No stipulation on this matter.
No stipulation. You may proceed with the other proposed stipulations, Counsel.
That the documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd were all signed by the authorized signatories.
Willing to stipulate, Your Honor.
What exactly does that mean, Counsel for the panel of prosecutors? The documents submitted by the OVP were all signed by the authorized signatories, meaning those that signed the checks, those that received the checks. What about the acknowledgement receipts?
Also the acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor. The disbursement vouchers, the liquidation reports,
Including
the
the...
accomplishment reports, all of which they have already stipulated, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that clear, Counsel for the respondent?
Yes, Your Honor.
So stipulated, duly noted.
Number 7, that the signatures above the names Gina Acosta, Julieta Villa del Rey, and Rosalyn Sanchez in the Office of the Vice President documents are their signatures.
We are willing to stipulate on that, Your Honor.
And lastly, Your
So
Honor,
stipulated, duly noted.
that the signatures above the names Edward Fajarda, Maria Runa Catalan, Annalyn Sevilla, and Gloria Humamil Mercado in the DepEd liquidation documents are their signatures.
Willing to stipulate on that as well, Your
So
Honor.
stipulated, duly noted.
Thank you, and we would like to thank counsel for the respondent for
Thank you, Your Honor.
the stipulations.
We would like to
and,
thank the parties as well for abbreviating the proceedings and assisting this court in so far as shortening.
I think it has saved the Senate judges 10 boxes, Your Honor.
How many in total again?
We have 15 boxes, Your Honor.
That's 2/3. Good enough.
Two-thirds.
Counsel may proceed with their offer for the testimony of this witness unless there are other stipulations. If there are none, you may proceed, Counsel, when you're ready.
Your Honors, please, we are offering the testimony of Mr. Roderick C. Wamil to prove the following. First, that Mr. Wamil was a state auditor of the Commission on Audit, Intelligence, and Confidential Funds. Number 2, that siya po ang nag-conduct ng audit ng Office of the Vice President, liquidation of confidential expenditures for the periods covering the fourth quarter of 2022, which is December 21 to 31, 2022, and the first, second, and third quarters of 2023. Pangatlo, na si Mr. Wamil po ang nag-conduct ng audit of the Department of Education liquidation of confidential expenditures for the periods covering the first, second, and third quarters of 2023. Number 4, napansin ni Mr. Wamil na kulang-kulang ang mga dokumentong sinubmit ng Office of the Vice President at ng DepEd for their liquidation of their respective respective confidential funds for the specified periods. Number 5. At dahil dito, si Mr. Wamil ay nag-issue ng audit and recommendations na tinatawag na Audit Observation Memorandum, AOM, dated September 14, 2023 and October 3, 2023, duly issued to the Office of the Vice President for the periods covering the fourth quarter of 2022 or the period December 21 to 31, 2022. Number 6. That Mr. Wamil also conducted the audit of the documents submitted by the OVP through its letters dated October 19, 2023 and November 30, 2023 in response to the aforementioned AOMs. Number 7, that in accordance with Mr. Wamil's audit and recommendations, nag-issue ng Notice of Suspension dated December 13, 2023 sa OVP. Number 8, in accordance with Mr. Wamil's audit and recommendation, an AOM dated February 1, 2024 was issued to the OVP for the periods covering the first, second quarters of 2023, and an AOM, Audit Observation Memorandum, dated August 8, 2024, was issued to the Office of the Vice President for the period covering the third quarter of 2023. Number 9, in accordance with Mr. Wamil's audit and recommendations, an Audit Observation Memorandum number 015, dated February 1, 2024, was duly issued to the DepEd for the periods covering the first and second quarter of 2023. Likewise, Your Honor, we are offering the testimony of this witness to identify and authenticate documents, and likewise, lastly, to prove such other matters as are relevant and material to the impeachment of Vice President Sara Duterte, and relevant as well to the aforementioned purposes.
Comment from the counsel for respondents on the offer?
Subject to cross.
Subject to cross, counsel may proceed with her direct examination of the witness, Mr. Roderick C. Wamil, when she is ready. You may
Thank
proceed,
you, Your
ma'am.
Honor. With the permission of the presiding officer, Honorable Senator Judges. Magandang umaga, Mr. Witness.
Magandang umaga po.
Kumusta na po kayo ngayon?
I'm feeling a bit anxious lang po as of this moment.
Nervyos. Anxious. Okay. Huwag kang mag-anxious. Please state your name again. Your name, your age, and occupation and other personal circumstances, Mr. Witness.
I am Roderick C. Wamil, 34 years old and currently an audit team leader of the Commission on Audit, Pasay City.
Before I ask you about your present occupation, give us a educational background. What is your educational background, Mr. Witness?
Ako po ay nagtapos ng Bachelor of Science in Accountancy from the Central Luzon State University at ng Juris Doctor degree from the Arellano University School of Law.
So you are both an auditor and a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ngayon, nagtrabaho ka sa COA?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been working for the Commission on Audit?
I've been with the Commission on Audit for more than 11 years po.
11 years. And what position in the COA do you presently hold?
I presently hold the position po of attorney of the Commission on Audit.
Ano yung attorney for?
It is yung description of the position po na hinahawakan ko. But currently po, I am an audit team leader po sa Commission on Audit Pasay.
Okay. Before you were assigned to the Commission on Audit Pasay, what was your previous position with the COA?
Before my assignment po sa Commission on Audit Pasay, I was previously assigned as a state auditor po of the Intelligence and Confidential Fund Audit Office of the COA.
Itong COA ICFAO, ICFAO?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you give us a background? Ano itong COA ICFAO?
Ang COA ICFAO po ay yung office under the Office of the Chairperson in charge with the conduct of the post-audit po ng liquidation of the confidential fund and intelligence fund of the various government agencies, which include the national government agencies, the government-owned or controlled corporations, and the local government units po.
Na-mention mo ang intelligence at confidential funds. For our understanding, para maintindihan namin ngayon, ano ang intelligence funds at ano ang confidential funds?
Ang intelligence funds po under the Joint Circular 2015-01 ay yung lump sum appropriation po na provided in the budget of the agency concerned with respect to their intelligence operations. While,
Ano naman ang confidential funds?
ang confidential fund po based on the Joint Circular 2015-01 ay yung lump sum appropriation po ng concerned agency para sa kanilang confidential expenses.
At you earlier said, sinabi mo kanina na ang office ng ICFAO ang nag-audit ng national government agencies. Anong ibig sabihin ng nagko-conduct ng audit? Anong klaseng audit ang ginagawa ng COA ICFAO?
Ang audit po na ginagawa ng COA ICFAO ay compliance post-audit po.
What do you mean by compliance post-audit?
When we say compliance post-audit po, we evaluate a certain subject matter which is covered by the audit with respect to a certain criteria po which is usually po yung applicable laws, rules, and regulations. And in case of the confidential and intelligence fund, ini-evaluate po namin yung liquidation ng confidential and intelligence fund based dun sa criteria na presented ng Joint Circular 2015-01. At pag sinabi naman pong post-audit, ginagawa po namin yung audit after the fact of the disbursement. So, ini-evaluate po namin kung yung disbursements ay properly supported with complete documents as required by the applicable rules and regulations. And if yung disbursements po ay hindi illegal, hindi irregular, or hindi improper.
At sa pag-conduct na sinabi mong post-audit, ano ang basihan ng ginagamit natin?
Ang ginagamit po namin sa ICFAO ay yung Joint Circular 2015-01.
Can you tell us, ano itong Joint Circular 2015-01?
Ang Joint Circular 2015-01 ay yung nagpo-provide po ng guidelines on the entitlement, the use, the release, the reporting po at yung audit ng confidential fund at ng intelligence fund of the various government agencies.
If I show you a document now entitled, and this for appreciation of the Honorable Senate Impeachment Court is being flashed on the screen with the permission of the presiding officer.
Council may do so and may proceed.
I'm showing to you now a document entitled the Joint Circular 2015, which for identification has been marked as Exhibit P-1-4 for the prosecution. -E. Showing to you this document, we have here, Your Honor, we're being assisted
Assisting
here by
counsel may approach.
our Associate Attorney Mark Penny.
Likewise, assisting counsel for the respondent may approach
Thank you, Your Honor.
the witness.
Nasabi na niya.
While we're waiting, Counsel, Attorney Kapunan, would you like to identify this document as previously marked so that we can have it on the record and for the reference?
Your Honor, please, Mr. Witness, what relation does this joint circular have to the joint circular that you mentioned na basihan ng inyong audit, post-audit?
Ito po yung same joint circular po na basehan po ng aming audit sa ICPAO.
Okay. Bakit tinatawag ito na joint circular?
Tinatawag po itong joint circular dahil ito po ay resulta ng joint efforts ng Commission on Audit, ng Department of Interior and Local Government, ng Department of the Budget and Management, ng Department of the National Defense at ng Governance Commission for GOCCs.
So ito ay 5 government agencies, tama? And since when naging basihan ito ng mga post-audit ng national government agencies?
Naging basehan po ito ng audit ng ICPAO sa confidential intelligence funds ng various government agencies noong January 8, 2015 rather, nung na-approve po ito.
Mr. Witness, ikaw ay familiar sa joint circular na to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If I show you Section 4.8, being flashed on the screen, Your Honors, with the permission of the presiding justice. Sa Section 4.8 na nakikita natin sa screen, ano-ano, what kind of confidential expenses can be incurred using confidential funds?
Under item 4.8 po of the Joint Circular 2015-01, the confidential fund shall be used only for the following confidential expenses. Una po, yung purchase of information necessary for the formulation and implementation
of... Dahan-dahan natin. Unang-una, 4.8. Anong una?
Ang una po ay yung purchase of information necessary for the formulation and implementation of program, activities, and projects relevant to the national security and peace and order.
Being flashed on the screen, Your Honor, is the pertinent provision cited. Pangalawa, ano pa ang examples ng confidential funds or kung ano ang pwedeng paggamitan ng confidential funds?
Pangalawa po ay yung rental of transport vehicle related to confidential activities.
Also being flashed on the screen for easy reference. Pangatlo, ano pa?
Pangatlo po, yung rentals and the incidental expenses related to the maintenance of safe houses.
What else, Mr. Witness?
Pang-apat po, yung purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations that cannot be done through regular procedures without compromising the information gathering activity concerned.
What else, Mr. Witness? Ano pa?
Panglima po, yung payment of rewards to informers who must not be employees of the concerned government agency, subject to 3 conditions. First is yung approval by the head of the agency. Second, it must be supported with documents evidencing the success of the information gathering and or surveillance activities on account of the information given by the informer. Pangatlo, it must be directly related to the conduct of the specific confidential activities of authorized agencies.
For purposes of the records, Your Honor, the witness cited 4.8.1 up to 4.8.7 of the Joint Circular 2015.
Hanggang 4.8.5 pa lang po.
Okay. Sorry. What else, Mr. Witness?
Pang-anim po is to uncover or prevent illegal activities that pose a clear and present danger to the agency personnel or property or other facilities and resources under the agency protection done in coordination with the appropriate law enforcement agencies. And last po, yung others that may be authorized by the GAA or other special laws.
Okay. 4.8.1 up to 4.8.7. Refer po ng ating witness of Section 4.8 of the Joint Circular. Base rin sa Joint Circular na to, ano naman kung merong mga pwede, ano naman ang mga hindi pwede, yung mga bawal na confidential, alleged confidential expenses?
Under 4.11 po, may specific expenses po na enumerate na hindi pwedeng paggamitan ng confidential fund. Una po yung salaries, wages, overtime, additional compensation, allowance or other fringe benefits of officials and employees who are employed by the government in whatever capacity or elected officials except when authorized by law. Pangalawa, yung representation, consultative fees or entertainment expenses. At pangatlo, yung construction or acquisition of buildings or housing structures.
For the record, Your Honor, reference is made to 4.11.1 up to .2 and as well as .3. Mr. Witness, sa pag-interpret, when you interpret these regulations and this joint circular and sections that you mentioned, what terms of compliance are you thinking about? Ito ba ay substantial compliance or strict compliance?
Strict compliance po, Madam.
Bakit, Mr. Witness? Why do you follow strict compliance instead of substantial compliance?
We follow po strict compliance since what is involved po ay public funds. So dapat strict yung accounting and auditing rules to prevent yung misuse ng fund.
At this is expressly stated in the joint circular. What you said, strict compliance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, 9 years you said sa KaMAtis.
With the permission of counsel, Mr. Witness, it is mentioned in the JMC that it should be strictly interpreted, and you said it's in the JMC. Where?
Sa last paragraph po ng 1.0, Your Honor.
Last paragraph ng 1.0. So in the rationale.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may proceed, counsel.
Now, Mr. Witness, you mentioned earlier na 9 years ka na with the KaMAtis at meron kang mention that you post-audited certain government agencies. During your term, what years were you, incidentally, with the KaMAtis during this period?
Ang naging mga vice presidente po since I assumed with P.A.K.U in 2014 ay si dating Vice President Binay at si dating Vice President Lenny Robredo at yung ating incumbent Vice President po na si Sara Duterte.
So tatlong Vice President Binay, Vice President Robredo at Vice President Sara Duterte. Sino-sino sa kanila ang inaudit mo tungkol sa confidential funds?
Buhat po nung nag-assume ako nung 2014, tanging si Vice Presidente Sara Duterte lang po yung aking na-audit na may confidential fund.
Bakit, Mr. Witness? Bakit Vice President Sara Duterte lang ang inaudit mo ng confidential funds?
Dahil po, since nung nag-assume po ako ng 2014 sa P.A.K.U, wala pong naging appropriation for confidential funds si dating Vice President Binay at si dating Vice President Robredo. Tanging si Vice President Sara Duterte lang po yung nagkaroon ng appropriation for the confidential funds.
And in the same period of time, 2014 to 2024, kasama ba sa mga national agencies na minention mo ang Department of Education?
Yes, ma'am.
And during this period, 2014 to 2024, sino-sino ang mga secretaries ng Department of Education?
Sa pagkakaalala ko po, ang mga naging DepEd secretaries po ay dating Secretary Luistro, dating Secretary Briones at ang ating Vice Presidente in her concurrent capacity as the DepEd Secretary during that time po.
At sino sa tatlong ito? Sino-sino sa mga secretary ng DepEd ang inaudit mo for confidential funds?
Tanging si Vice Presidente Sara Duterte lang po as the DepEd Secretary.
Bakit, Mr. Witness?
dahil siya lang po yung naging DepEd Secretary na nagkaroon ng confidential funds ang DepEd.
And could you tell us how much was the confidential funds of the Vice President that you said you audited?
May I-clarify po kung anong office po yung tinutukoy niya.
Office of the Vice President.
Sa Office of the Vice President po, ang kanilang naging confidential fund ay from the fourth quarter of 2022 until third quarter of 2023 ay 125 million pesos per quarter. So ang total po nun ay 500 million pesos.
Magkano naman ang confidential funds na inaudit mo sa DepEd, Department of Education?
Ang inaudit ko naman po sa Department of Education, since ang kanilang cash advances ay from the first quarter of 2023 until the third quarter of 2023, at meron silang 37.5 million pesos quarterly cash advances. So ang naging total po nun ay 112.5 million pesos.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Ngayon, you said that you conducted the post-audit of both offices. Pag nagko-conduct ng post-audit, ano ang rini-require na documents para sa confidential funds?
Ang nire-require po namin na documents ay yung mga requirements as provided under the Joint Circular 2015-01 o yung mga tinatawag na liquidation documents po.
Ano-ano ang mga liquidation documents na to?
Based on the joint circular po, yung mga liquidation documents na yun ay yung kanilang liquidation reports, yung disbursement voucher na ginamit nila, yung land bank checks, yung obligation request, yung kanilang physical and financial plan, yung kanilang accomplishment reports po, and yung proof of submission noon to the Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House, yung certification of the accountable officers on the utilization of the confidential fund, yung designation po ng Special Disbursing Officer kapag hindi si Head of Agency yung magiging Disbursing Officer, yung fidelity bond ng accountable officers at yung kanilang specimen signatures po.
Okay. Your Honor, please, these liquidation documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd are among the stipulated documents of the Counsel for the Respondent, Your Honor. But for easy reference, may we also ask permission to flash them on the screen for the better appreciation of the senator judges. And may I
Counsel?
ask, I'm sorry.
Please proceed.
And may I ask Attorney Peña to please show these documents to our witness for purposes of comparison.
Assisting counsel may approach the witness. Likewise,
the respondent.
assisting counsel for the respondent.
Thank you.
If they so wish, this is for the information of the senator judges, given that the documents stipulated earlier were merely enumerated so that the senator judges may be appraised of the documents that have already been admitted to and stipulated to by both parties. Counsel may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Since stipulated, there's no need really to compare. But I am showing now to you, and this is being flashed on the screen with the kind permission of presiding judge, a copy of a fiscal financial plan approved on December 13, 2022, marked as Exhibit P-1-14 for the prosecution.
And likewise, for the record, on the part of the defense, marked as D-1-23-OVP.
That's
Yes,
correct,
sir.
Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will the witness please respond?
Okay. Sa bottom portion, give me a look. Sa bottom portion, there appears a signature under the words. Meron pong signature sa words. Approved by. There. Anong ibig sabihin ng approved by?
Ang ibig sabihin po ng approve by ay inapprove po noong nakapirma yung contents ng physical and financial plan po based on that document.
Okay. At sinabi mo, approve by ay inapprove. Kung sino man ang nakalagay na signature dyan. Kaninong signature naman ang nasa bottom portion ng ating Exhibit -1-14?
Kay Vice Presidente Sara Duterte po.
Why are you familiar? Bakit mo kilala? Bakit mo alam ang signature ni Vice President Duterte?
Dahil among their submissions po ay yung kanilang specimen signatures at kasama po doon yung specimen signature po ni Vice President. At yung kanyang pirma po doon sa specimen signature submitted ay kaparehas po ng pirma niya dito sa physical and financial plan na ito.
Pinakita sa iyo ang isang physical financial plan which you said is a faithful reproduction of the submissions. And this is now being shown on the screen. Ano ang observations mo dito sa physical and financial plan approved on December 13, 2022?
Hindi po siya compliant to the joint circular dahil yung first column, which is the programs, activities and projects, hindi po in-indicate nung OBP yung kanilang specific confidential activities na kanilang paggagamitan ng confidential fund as required under item 4.2 of the joint circular.
Hindi ito specific according to you and according to 4.2 of the joint circular. Can you please enlighten us? Ano itong section 4.2 ng joint circular?
Under item 4.2 po ng joint circular, all requests or allocations for CF must be supported with a physical and financial plan which must indicate the proposed amount allocated for each program and activity dahil ito po yung magiging basis for the disbursement ng kanilang confidential fund.
At yung mga sinabi mo, nakikita ba dyan sa dokumentong yan?
Wala, based po on this submitted physical and financial plan, hindi po nakikita rito yung kanilang specific confidential activities na kanilang pagbabasihan sa kanilang disbursement.
Apart from this, yung nakita mo sa column 1, ano pang ibang observations ang masasabi mo dito sa dokumentong ito?
Since yung columns for the expected outcome as well as yung column for the physical target mas match po yung specific confidential activities. So hindi rin po nakamatch or hindi rin compliant yung columns po as mentioned.
At bakit? Why do you say na hindi compliant na rin to sa joint circular?
Dahil po, since hindi naman in-indicate po dito ni Office of the Vice President yung kanilang specific confidential activities, so hindi po na-match based on the information as presented po sa document na ito, yung laman ng expected outcome at yung physical target doon sa kanilang specific confidential activities.
And as you stated, what express provision of the joint circular does this violate?
The item 4.2 po of the joint circular
4.2 na
2015-01.
pinakita natin sa screen. Okay. Our next document, Mr. Witness, which we shall show you, is now a certified true copy of Land Bank of the Philippines check number 00002444027, dated December 20, 2022, Exhibit P-1-11-A, common exhibit of the defense as well. Likewise being flashed on the screen, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, what is the significance? Ano ang significance ng check na pinapakita na to in relation to your audit of the Office of the Vice President's confidential funds?
Ang significance po ng cheque ay ito po yung proof na pwede na nilang i-withdraw yung kanilang cash advance.
Okay. Na pwedeng i-withdraw na yung cash advance. Ngayon naman, punta tayo sa another document. I will show you now a disbursement voucher dated December 20, 2022. Again, common exhibit. For the prosecution, this is Exhibit P-1-10-A. For the period December 20, 2022. In the middle of this document, pointer. In the middle of this document, there appears a signature under the words, quote, certified expense, cash advance necessary, lawful, and incurred under my direct supervision and control. Okay. Anong ibig sabihin nitong certified expense under my direct supervision?
Your Honors,
What is
kindly,
the
we would
pleasure
like to
of
object on that
counsel for
one.
the respondent?
Your Honors, that calls for a conclusion of law.
Based
I'm sorry,
on the,
counsel?
That will call for a conclusion of law on the part of the witness, Your Honor. They're asking for what that means for the witness.
Only insofar as how the witness interprets this provision, given that he audited these documents and are part of the submission. Witness may answer.
Based on this disbursement voucher po, sinertify po ni Vice President na yung kanilang cash advance ay kailangan at naayon sa batas at na-incur po under her direct supervision.
and there is a signature here in this document. Whose signature is this, if you know?
May i-clarify po kung anong signature po yung tinutukoy. Ayong sa
Above the name, Sara Z. Duterte.
That is the signature po of the Vice President Sara Duterte.
What else, if any, observation can you make as regards this document?
Under the particulars portion po, nakalagay na yung cash advance is for calendar year 2022, which is not compliant po with the joint circular. Since under the joint circular po, the disbursement voucher shall state the duration of the implementation of the project. Pero since this cash advance is for the fourth quarter 2022, so hindi po tama yung nakalagay dito na yung cash advance is for the calendar year 2022.
At ano naman again? Ano ang violation nito sa joint circular?
May I refer po to the joint circular, Your Honor, for the specific provision.
Witness may refer to the joint circular previously marked.
The specific provision po is the second sentence po ng item 6.1.5 of the joint circular 2015-01.
Being flashed on the screen, Your Honor, presiding officer, with your kind permission.
You may do so, counsel.
Can you read, for the record, 6.1.5?
6.1.5 of the joint circular, cash advances shall be limited to the requirements for 3 months. The disbursement voucher shall clearly state the duration of implementation of the projects. If the implementation of the project will extend to more than 3 months, additional amount may be granted only after the liquidation of the previous cash advance. If, on the other hand, cash advances are drawn monthly, liquidation shall be done monthly. Cash advances shall be granted only upon the certification of the agency accountant stamped or printed on the disbursement voucher that previous cash advance for the same purpose, project, or activity given to the SDO requesting cash advance has been liquidated and proper accounting thereof was made in accordance with this joint circular.
Okay. Ngayon naman, I will show you, kasi liquidation ang pinag-uusapan. I will show you a liquidation report dated January 10, 2023. Again, common exhibit. This is prosecution's exhibit P-1-9-A. A liquidation report dated January 10, 2023. In the middle of this document, by the bottom, There appears a signature under the words, certified purpose of travel cash advance duly accomplished. Mr. Witness. And this certification,
Counsel, just to correct you, certified purpose of cash. There's no word travel.
yes, Your Honor.
Do you confirm, Counsel? You may
Yes,
proceed.
Your Honor. Certified purpose of travel cash advance
Of cash advance.
of cash advance duly accomplished.
Yes. You may proceed, Counsel.
Thank you for the correction, Your Honor. What does this mean in terms of your audit?
This means po na sinertify po ni Vice President na yung layunin ng cash advance ay kanilang na-accomplish.
And you said the Vice President, whose signature is that?
That is the signature po of the Vice President, Sara Duterte.
What is the significance of her signature to this document, if any?
Ang significance po nung kanyang pirma dito ay kanya nga pong sinertify na yung purpose po nung kanilang cash advance from the confidential fund ay na-accomplish po ng agency.
And what are your observations? Anong ang mga observations mo, if any, sa dokumentong ito?
Actually, it is one of the proforma annexes po nung Joint Circular 2015-01. Siguro ang napansin ko lang dito ay yung period covered na December 21, 2022 since the cash advance was supposedly for the fourth quarter of the 2022 of the OBP. Pero other than that naman po, this document is compliant naman po with the requirement of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Again, para maintindihan namin, sabi mo, ang na-observe mo, yung period. Yung period, Mr. Witness. Anong period covered dito?
Based on this liquidation report po, ang period covered ay December 21 to 31, 2022.
What is the significance? Bakit mo napansin itong period na to?
Napansin ko lang naman po yun kasi yung kanilang cash advance based on the physical and financial plan po supposedly is for the whole fourth quarter of 2022. Pero based on this document po, na-disburse lang siya from December 21 to 31, 2022 or around 11 days.
Okay. Sinabi mo, whole quarter of 2022. September, November, October, sandali. Can you enlighten me anong quarter dapat yun? October, November, December. Ang
Yes,
sinasabi mong 3 quarters.
3 months po.
3 months for the fourth quarter. Tama?
Yes, ma'am.
3 months for the fourth quarter, pero sabi mo ang ginastos na funds. Magkano ginastos na funds?
Based on the documents po submitted, 125 million pesos po.
In these 3 quarters? 3 months?
Based on the document po, it was supposed to be spent for the fourth quarter of 2022. So 3 months po, supposedly. Based on
Bakit
their
supposedly, Mr. Witness?
Dahil yun po yung supposed coverage ng kanilang cash advance for their confidential activities.
At sinabi mo kanina, 11 days ito ginastos. Tama?
Based on the document, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I'm showing to you now another document which is an accomplishment report previously marked as Prosecution's Exhibit P-107-A-I. Again, stipulated document. Common document with the defense. What relation does this have? No. We will request permission to have it flashed on the screen as well.
You may do so, Counsel. Clerk of Court is so directed.
Can you repeat the question po, ma'am?
Now, look at the screen and look at your document. What is the relationship of this accomplishment report that I am showing you in relation to those documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President?
This is the same accomplishment report po na sinubmit ni Office of the Vice President sa ICFAO.
Okay. And there appears here in this document under the words approved by. Whose signature is this?
It is the signature po of the Vice President Sara Duterte.
And the annotation approved by, in terms of your audit, what does this signify, if any?
It signifies po that the signatory or the Vice President approved the contents of this accomplishment report.
No. In relation to this particular document, what observations, ano-ano ang napansin mo sa dokumentong ito?
Napansin ko po na hindi po in-enumerate ng Office of the Vice President yung kanilang specific confidential activities na kanilang ginawa.
Kailangan bang enumerate yan? Mga
Yes, ma'am.
activities na yan?
Dahil-
Bakit, Mr. Witness?
Doon po kasi namin tinitignan sa audit ng ICFAO kung yung kanilang confidential expenses or activities ay compliant doon sa item 4.8 ng Joint Circular 2015-01 para malaman po namin kung yung kanilang expenses ay among the allowable expenses as provided under the Joint Circular 2015-01.
So what basis did you have to determine if these were allowable expenses kung wala naman dokumento?
Katulad nga po nung sinabi ko, ang basis namin to determine if allowable expenses ay yung item 4.8 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Now, I'm now showing to you a certified copy of the Office of the Vice President certification dated January 10, 2022, notarized on January 16, 2023. Prosecution's Exhibit P-1.6-A, likewise a common exhibit with the defense previously stipulated, being flashed on the screen with the kind permission of this court.
Counsel may do so.
Dito sa baba, may pirma sa ilalim ng mga salitang attested. Kaninong signature itong nakikita natin dito?
Ito po ay signature ni Vice Presidente Sara Duterte.
At anong ibig sabihin under your circular ng attested?
Ang ibig sabihin po ng attested ay kanyang kino-confirm at bine-verify na yung contents ng certification na ito ay totoo.
What other observations? Ano pa ang mga na-observe mo sa dokumentong ito?
Ang napansin ko po dito yung date of execution ng certification, January 10, 2022.
Ano pa? January 10, 2022. Why is this significant?
Because it is supposedly the date of the execution ng certification, pero yung kanilang cash advance ay for the fourth quarter of 2022.
Yung cash advance nila ay para sa anong period?
For the fourth quarter po of 2022.
Pero ang certification ay January 10, 2022.
Yes po, based on this document po.
And based on this document, when was it notarized?
It was notarized po on January 16, 2023.
2023. Okay. Ano naman? In your observation, what provision of the joint circular does this certification violate? If you
Actually, ito po yung isa sa proforma annexes ng joint circular. So, wala naman po kaming nakitang violation aside from the date of the execution.
No. So yung sinasabi mo, nakikita dito, yung discrepancy ng mga dates.
Based on this document po, yes ma'am, may discrepancy yung dates.
Okay. Now, dahil dyan, what action did you take, if any?
After what po ma'am?
After itong nakikita mong certification.
Naging audit namin is yung for the whole of the liquidation documents na sinamit ng OBP. Pero dito po, wala po kaming naging particular finding dito. Sinasabi ko nga po, it is one of the annexes po under the Joint Circular 2015-01 and they submitted naman po yung certification as required.
Okay. Earlier, nagpakita tayo ng certain liquidation documents, yung physical and financial plan, yung disbursement vouchers, yung land bank check, yung liquidation report. What actions did you take, if any, after your evaluation of these documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President?
After the evaluation po of those documents, since I noted that the documents are not compliant with the requirements of the Joint Circular 2015-01, I drafted po an audit observation memorandum which I submitted for review to my division chief.
Can you tell us, Mr. Witness, anong ibig sabihin ng Audit Observation Memorandum or AOM?
Ang audit observation memorandum po under the Joint Circular 2015-01 ay written notification to the accountable officers explaining to them or informing them the deficiencies po noted during the audit and requiring them to submit an explanation or to submit the documents being sought po doon sa AOM or both.
So, itong AOM was on account of sinasabi mong discrepancies.
Yes, ma'am.
Na-point out mo na dito sa Honorable Court. Now, if I show you a copy of this audit observation memorandum that you mentioned, please identify the same.
Assisting counsel for both parties may approach the witness.
Your Honor, please again, this is a common exhibit. This is exhibit P-1-12-A dated September 14, 2023 for the prosecution. Likewise, a defense exhibit, Your Honor. For the record, the witness is examining an audit observation memorandum dated September 14, 2023, covering the period December 21 to 31, 2022, or an 11-day period.
Proceed, counsel.
Can you tell us, Mr. Witness, what were your findings, if any, in relation to the audit of the Office of the Vice President's fourth quarter confidential funds liquidation?
Yung audit po ng confidential fund ng fourth quarter of 2022 of the OBP disclosed that, una, yung kanilang physical and financial plan ay hindi compliant dun sa requirements ng Joint Circular 2015-01 dahil hindi po in-indicate ng OBP yung kanilang specific confidential activities na paggagabitan nila ng kanilang cash advance.
So una, hindi compliant ang physical and financial plan ng Office of the Vice President.
And under the same item din po, yung kanilang accomplishment report ay hindi rin compliant dahil hindi rin po naka-indicate doon yung kanilang specific confidential activities na pinagamitan nila ng kanilang cash advance.
Your Honor, for easy reference, we are flashing these particular portions of the document being referred to by the witness. Ano pa, Mr. Witness?
Pangalawa po, hindi po sinubmit ng Office of the Vice President yung kanilang documentary evidence of payments as required under Item 4.12 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Can you remind us, ano-ano itong mga dokumento na dapat sinubmit ng Office of the Vice President to liquidate for confidential funds?
Under the Joint Circular 2015-01, yung documents po na dapat isubmit ng agencies concerned po ay una yung kanilang liquidation report as proof of the liquidation. Pangalawa ay yung kanilang mga documents na ginamit nila sa grant ng cash advance, which include disbursement voucher, yung cheque, yung obligation request, yung physical and financial plan, at yung kasama din po yung accomplishment report ng agency, quarterly accomplishment report, at yung proof of submission to the Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House, yung certification po ng accountable officer on the utilization of the confidential fund, yung designation ng special disbursing officer in case the head of the agency ay hindi po yung SDO, yung specimen signatures po noong signatories ng documents, yung fidelity bond po, yung certification from the agency accountant na walang unliquidated cash advances, yung SDO, at yun po.
At sinabi mo earlier,
At pati rin po pala yung documentary evidence of payments.
so these are the documentary evidence required. Sinabi mo earlier in your testimony that there were discrepancies and insufficiencies in this document submitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano pa ang observation mo, Mr. Witness?
Yung pangatlo po, yung disbursement voucher po ay, yung approval portion ng disbursement voucher ay, actually, yung katulad nga po nung nasabi ko kanina, yung disbursement voucher, ang nakalagay na period covered ay calendar year 2022, which is inconsistent with the physical and financial plan dahil ang naka-indicate po doon sa physical and financial plan, yung cash advance ay for the fourth quarter of 2022.
Okay. Ano pa? Meron pa ba?
Yun lang po, ma'am.
Merong mga sanyamit rin sa iyong mga acknowledgement receipts. Mr. Witness?
Pwedeng pa ulit po ng tanong.
Wala pa. Sa quarter na to, wala pa. Okay. Ngayon, in the last page of this document, there appears a signature on top of the name Nilda Plaras. Who is this Nilda Plaras, if you know?
Si Assistant Commissioner Nilda Plaras po yung head of the ICPO during this time po.
And how do you know that this is her signature?
I saw her sign other documents and her signature on those documents is the same po with her signature in this AOM.
Pagkatapos na issue ng COA-ICFAO ng office mo, itong Audit Observation Memorandum, what happened next, if any?
After po ma-issue, tama po ba yung tanong? Ma-issue?
Yes, pagkatapos na issue ng...
After ma-issue, actually, after ma-issue po ba yung tanong niyo, ma'am?
Issue, I'm sorry.
After ma-issue po yung AOM, inattempt po namin sa ICFAO, inattempt ng ICFAO na iserve yung AOM dun sa office address ni Office of the Vice President. Pero
Na-serve ba ito sa Office of the Vice President?
hindi po, dahil hindi po siya tinanggap dahil ang sabi po sa ICFAO ay wala pong authorized person to receive the AOM.
When was this attempt at service of this AOM?
It was around the second week of September of 2023 po.
So what happened next? Nung hindi ka kayo successful mag-serve ng AOM, what did you do?
Actually, on the afternoon of the same day po na nag-attempt si ICFAO na mag-serve ng AOM, nag-submit po si Office of the Vice President ng revised accomplishment report sa ICFAO.
So on the same day, hindi nyo na-serve but nag-submit ng revised accomplishment report ang Office of the Vice President. If shown to you a copy of this accomplishment report, Prosecution's Exhibit P-1-17-A.
Assisting counsels may approach of both parties.
Also, stipulated by the defense. A common document. Mr. Witness, ano ang significance, if any, nitong revised accomplishment report?
Ang significance po nito, dito po naka-indicate yung specific confidential activities po na pinagamitan ng cash advance ng OBP. So, as compared po doon sa kanilang initial accomplishment report na sinubmit, wala po doon naka-indicate na specific confidential activities.
Can you tell us ano ang observation mo dito sa mga linista ni Vice President sa kanyang alleged activities to justify her confidential expenditures?
Based on this document po, some of the line items as presented po na confidential expenses ay hindi among the allowable expenses under item 4.8 of the joint circular. At yung items po na yun,
Ano-ano ang mga items na yon?
yung letter E po, yung provision of medical and food aid for 40 million pesos at yung payment of incentives or traveling relative to confidential operations na 10 million pesos.
Isa-isahin natin. Ano? Sinabi mo na ang hindi pwede dyan yung
Letter E and letter F po.
letter D,
Letter E po.
E.
And letter F.
What item is this and how much?
Yung letter E po, yung provision of medical and food aid na 40 million pesos at yung letter F na payment of incentives or traveling relative to the confidential operations na 10 million pesos.
Bakit hindi allowed ang medical expense for 40 million?
Dahil yung hindi po siya kasama dun sa enumeration ng item 4.8 at yung enumeration po na yon ay exclusive. Yun lang po yung
Exclusive.
allowable confidential expenses based on the Joint Circular 2015-01.
What do you mean when you say the enumeration in the circular is exclusive? Anong ibig sabihin ng exclusive?
Kapag sinabi pong exclusive, ay doon lang pwedeng gamitin. So other than those enumerated po, ay hindi na po siya allowed as confidential expenses.
So 40 million na gamot, hindi allowed. Ano pa nakita mo dyan?
Yung item B po, yung payment of reward, kasi aside from this accomplishment report, hindi po sila nag-submit noong any document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities on account of the information given by the informer as required po under item 4.8.5 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
So sa particular item na yan, yung payment of rewards, you are saying, our understanding is, hindi sapat na magsabi lang ng pangalan. Kailangan, under the circular again?
Ang sinasabi po ng circular ay dapat mag-submit sila ng document supporting the payment of reward na nag-evidence ng successful surveillance activity or information gathering on account of the information given by the informer.
So kung may payment of reward, dapat may supporting document na nagpapatunay na successful ang result ng activity na yan, yung information gathering. Ang tanong sa iyo, Mr. Witness, meron bang mga dokumentong sinubmit to show the success of that surveillance?
As of that time po na sinamit itong revised accomplishment report na ito, wala na po silang ibang sinamit na document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities.
We now go to anything else. Mr. Witness, what happened? Nung sinubmit ba ng Vice President yung sinasabi mong revised accomplishment report, rinevise mo rin, ang findings nyo sa audit observation memorandum?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
With the permission of the, objection is sustained. With the permission of the parties. Earlier, it was agreed by the senator judges that we would be pausing hopefully in time for lunch really, and it has gone beyond already 12 o'clock. So before proceeding to I presume, a common exhibit previously stipulated to by both parties, you're referring to the AOM of October 3, 2023. Let's pause in the meantime with the permission of the parties, again in compliance with the agreement earlier made among the senator judges. And we shall resume at 1 o'clock in order to afford the parties enough time for lunch. And again, with the indulgence of Attorney Kapunan, let's continue with the common exhibit stipulated to by the parties. Particularly, I'm referring to AOM dated October 3, 2023. And before we go to the unstipulated portion of the acknowledgement receipts, which might take some time. Again, with the permission of the parties, Attorney Kapunan and Attorney Poa, we are on recess and shall resume at 1 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
during the pre-marking conference, no, during the pre-trial. But unfortunately, at that time, the defense did not agree to enter into stipulations, no? Even if these documents were actually common exhibits. No? In fact, these were submitted by the Office of the Vice President and the Department of Education, no? In connection with the liquidation of their use of the confidential funds. So, but eventually, as we've seen a while ago, they agreed to stipulate on the existence and authenticity of some documents, but not all. So they still did not agree to stipulate on the acknowledgement receipts, no, which they submitted. These are around 840 documents. So our witness will have to identify and authenticate them later. No? And then, so just a brief background. So as you've seen, the witness is from the ICFAO, no, of the Commission on Audit. This is the office of the Commission on Audit, which handles the auditing of confidential and of confidential funds. No? So he right now we're just focusing on the liquidation of the OVP's use of confidential funds for the last quarter of 2022. No? So far, that's the extent of the testimony that has been covered. So as you've heard, during the audit, so far, based on what the witness stated, nasabi na niya merong mga important discrepancies or issues which were spotted during the audit. Among them were the fact that this 125 million confidential funds was supposed to be for the last quarter of 2022. So meaning, as they've stated, October, November, and December. But based on the documents submitted by the OVP itself, mukhang 11 days lang ito, nung remaining month, nung December 2022. Nasabi din niya, dahil na-point out niya dun sa joint circular, which governs the use and liquidation of confidential funds, may specific purposes lang kung para saan ito pwedeng gamitin. At nasabi niya, based dun sa submissions nila ng liquidation reports, mukhang hindi siya tugma dun sa mga reports na yun. So, dahil dun sa observations niya, tulad ng sinabi niya, nag-issue sila ng audit observation memorandum. At dahil dito, ang Office of the Vice President, nag-submit sila ng revised accomplishment report, dahil nga merong discrepancies. At doon tayo tutungo mamaya, doon sa testimony niya, para sabihin anong naging aksyon na ginawa pa ng COA pagkatapos nito. Maybe you want to give a statement too?
Natutunghayan natin ngayon yung testimonya ni State Auditor Roderick Wamil. Isa po siya sa mga auditors under Commission on Audit, pero siya rin specifically ang naka-assign sa ICFAO o ang opisina na sumusuri sa paano ginasta ang confidential and intelligence funds ng mga ahensya na nag-request nito, binigyan nito. Isa po sa mga ahensya na yon ay ang Office of the Vice President and the Department. Ang dinaanan niya, 3 Department of Education Secretaries ang dinaanan niya, pero tanging si VP Sara Duterte lang po, nung hinawakan niya yung OVP at ang DepEd, ang nag-request ng confidential and intelligence funds. Nonetheless, sige, ginrant po siya at may general observation sila na under the Joint Memorandum Circular 2015-01 na inisyu ng DBM, COA at ng mga iba't ibang ahensya na strict accounting rules apply, meron pong particular purposes lang na pwedeng paggamitan ng confidential and intelligence funds, meron pong bawal. So ngayon, noong nag-submit po si OVP and ng DepEd ng kanilang audit reports, may napansin na kulang sa supporting documents ang Commission on Audit at nag-request na ilakip yung mga supporting documents na iyon. Ngayon po, nandun na tayo sa bahagi kung saan yung sinumite pabalik ng OVP at ng DepEd ay may napansin ang COA ng mga discrepancies. Ang punot dulo naman po ng proseso na ginagawa natin ay kung may discrepancies, hindi dapat hayaan. No? Dapat po itong suriin, butbutin, para sa punot dulo mapagtitiyak natin na ang pera ng taong bayan ay hindi lang po napupunta kung saan-saan. So kaya po ginawa ng COA yung kanilang trabaho at sa kaalaman natin ay dumulo po ito sa desisyon na sa dulo ay may hindi po nakitang tamang paggasta at ngayon ay in order ang OVP at DepEd na ibalik. Pero hindi pa yon nakasalang sa ngayon, at hintayin natin tong sasalang sa linggo na ito at sa darating na linggo. And sa bahagi naman po ng impeachment court, sufficiently ay bahagi ito ng mga impeachment charges dahil mabigat po yun. Kung may nakita tayong hindi tamang paggasta, ang iilan nga pong mga nalaman natin noon pa at hanggang ngayon ay binubutbut pa natin yung 125 million pesos in 11 days. Yan po yung ni-request at ginrant na confidential and intelligence funds under OVP na ginasta from December 21 to December 31, 2022. Narinig natin nung last week, yung land bank, nakakuha siya ng check for that amount and then dinisburse or in-encash on that same day. So, basically, dumadagdag po yung mga sinasabi nating unusual, pero ang gusto naman natin magtuloy-tuloy yung proseso para po matatakan na natin ano po ba yung katotohanan, maimbestigahan natin to, at maitimbang ano po yung effect nito sa fitness to rule ni VP Sara Duterte.
Salamat po. So, handa na tayong sagutin ang inyong mga katanungan, but just a reminder, let's keep it brief and to the point para mabigyan natin pagkakataon yung iba pang magtanong. Haji, go ahead.
Magandang hapon po, Haji ng Brigada News FM. Just to clarify dun po sa stipulation, so since hindi po sila nag-agree, does this mean na gugugol po ba tayo ng mas mahabang panahon or araw para po dun sa mga witnesses po na ipipresent natin from COA?
Well, pipilitin pa rin nating paiksiin to, Well, we're talking about 800 plus documents, around 820 to 840. So we will see if we could be allowed to just identify them in batches, meaning hindi na kailangang isa-isa, minsanan. So we'll try to do that later, or maybe just a sampling of the documents, to mga acknowledgement reports. So we'll see. But the goal is to try to finish everything today for this witness.
So far po sa takbo ng paglilitis under the handling ni Attorney Lorna Capunan, kumusta po? At saka napansin po namin parang wala masyado objection. I think isa lang yung conclusion of law, yung nabanggit ni Attorney Powa.
Well, nakita naman natin very straightforward naman kasi yung testimony nung testigo na to, So siguro that's why it's also hard to object, And again, these documents came from them. So, very difficult to contest it. Pati yung mga lahat ng ina-identify niya. Kanina, madami tayong documents. For example, nakita, pinapa-explain sa witness, anong ibig sabihin nitong mga to. At every time, lalo na yung portions, nakita natin na may direct hand ang Vice Presidente dito sa mga liquidation documents na to. At tinatanong siya anong significance nito pag merong approved by the Vice President or certification niya. So mahirap naman din itanggi siguro yan sa kanila, dahil una-una sa kanila nanggaling ang dokumento. So, kaya nakikita natin yung paglatag ng testimonya nito medyo mas smooth. Siguro walang masyadong objections from them.
Well, nakita din naman po natin sa pagtatanong na may taas tayo ng confidence sa uri ng mga tanong na gusto lang malahad yung katotohanan. Simple lang naman po, sa simula ng pagtatanong ni Atty. Lorna Capunan, nilatag naman niya yung objectives. At nagtatanong doon sa anong alam ni State Auditor Mr. Wamil para po makita yung objectives na gustong makuha. And again, dahil nga po ito ay mga tungkol sa dokumentong may common stipulations naman, hindi po mahirap makita at matunton ang katotohanan. Yung susunod natin na gustong tutukan, no, ay tuloy-tuloy natin matrack saan ba napunta yung confidential intelligence funds na ito. Lalo na may mga pauna ng mga natatanong si Atty. Lorna Kapunan, gaya ng, di ba, may mga milyones na nakalagay supposedly for medicines or even for housing. Nandun ba yan sa in-enumerate ng joint memorandum circular na anong pwedeng paggastahan ng confidential intelligence funds? Yan po ay babaybayin natin ng mas detalyado mamaya po.
Okay, last na lang po, sorry. May Okta survey from July 4 to 11. Lumalabas po 43%, 4 out of 10 Filipinos naniniwala na ang pinakaseryosong allegation daw po sa articles of impeachment ay yung bribery. Although pangalawa po yung sa confidential funds. Any thoughts pa?
Well, of course, we also listen to these surveys, but at the end of the day, these are just listening tools, these are just snapshots. So, but just the same, ang position naman namin dyan, lahat ng mga articles of impeachment na meron tayo, lahat yan, these are backed by strong evidence, no? At pagsisikapin natin na patunayan, hindi lang isa or hindi lang tayo magfo-focus sa isa sa articles dyan, but pagsisikapin nating understand, no, ang malakas ang ebidensya natin hindi lang sa isang articles of impeachment at lahat ng mga yan.
At siguro magdadagdag na lang ako, general comment, no, naiintindihan ko kung bakit yun yung mas interesado ang mamamayang Pilipino. Dahil yung dalawang artikulo na ito ay patungkol po sa pera ng bayan. 'Di ba? So pag sabi nating bribery, pera yan para may mangyaring decision point or policy point na hindi natin masasabi kung ito po ba ay ikakaganansya ng iisa or iilan o kung sino man. Tapos pag sinabi natin, ito nga, yung confidential and intelligence funds, andyan yung standing question ba, saan napunta yung pera na 612.5 million pesos in total from the CIF of OVP and DepEd. So, these are serious questions na tinitimbang ng taong bayan vis-a-vis dun sa sitwasyon nila. No, naaabot ba yung mga serbisyong dapat natatamasa nila sa pangkalusugan, sa edukasyon? No, dapat may mga perang napupunta doon pero napupunan ba? No, nandyan din yung kung saan kailangan ng mas mataas na sahod, mas mababang presyo. Lahat po yan ay mga araw-araw na usapin ng taong bayan. At kung nakikita na may hindi tamang paggasta o kaya may tanong sa tama po ba ang paggasta o hindi, at seryoso enough yung evidence to cast doubt into that, hindi tayo nagugulat na ito yung tinitignan at the people are looking forward to. So ako, tuloy-tuloy naman po yung ating pag-invite sa pinakamarami na pagkatapos po ng press conference na ito, pagdating ng 1 p.m., magre-resume po ang impeachment court proceedings. So tunghayan po natin yung ano po yung testimonya ng mismong state auditor na siyang mismo, inisa-isa po niya yung mga dokumento at nakita niya na may discrepancies enough na may mga desisyon ang mga COA patungkol po dito at gusto nating itimbang ano pong ibig sabihin nun sa fitness to rule, no? Pamumuno ni VP Sara Duterte.
Hello, good afternoon po. Lianas Kapanti, GMA News Online. Yung sa part lang po ng stipulations, the OVP is still refusing to admit that it disbursed the 125 million in 11 days, kasi kanina very clear si Atty. POA, no stipulation. Even if these 11 days information is based on COA records na ang pinagbasihan ay OVP submissions, how do you respond to that lang na sa insistence nila na it didn't happen, yung 11 days disbursement?
Well, at the end of the day, we can't force the defense to enter into any stipulations, but of course we leave it up to the impeachment court on how they'll take this refusal to enter into stipulation, diba? Even if, as you've stated, this matter is already clear from the documents submitted by the OVP itself. But at the end of the day, even if they'll not enter into that stipulation, we're confident that we have the evidence that we will be able to establish that fact.
Follow up lang sir dun sa, yan nga, yung kanilang 11 days na ano. Meron bang, on confidential, meron bang, yung sinasabi ng witness kanina, na hindi compliant dun sa joint circular, does he mean na yung mga recipients din ng fund are non-existent? Kasi sinasabi niya non-compliant dun sa joint circular. So I want to get a categorical statement lang on that.
Well,
Thank you.
siguro sa part na yun, ayaw muna namin pangunahan pa yung entirety ng testimony ng witness. Doon pa lang naman siya, doon sa unang issuance ng audit observations memorandum. So tatalakayin pa niya yan, yung mga susunod. After na-point out some discrepancies, nag-issue sila ng revised accomplishment report, tapos yun na yung tatalakayin niya mamaya. Ano pa yung mga susunod na naging observations ng Commission on Audit after nag-submit ng revised accomplishment report. I mean, the fact that they submitted an accomplishment report, an edit and a revise means they acknowledge that they had to correct it, meaning dun sa nauna merong problema, may pagkukulang. So mamaya yan ang tatalakayin. Nung nag-submit ba sila, sufficiente na ba o may kulang pa rin?
Dagdag ko lang din po na given nga po yung findings ni State Auditor Attorney Wamil na yung discrepancies at kung maalala natin yung naging discussion nito sa Quadcom hearings, etc. Baka po hindi nga sufficient tong isang araw para baybayin natin lahat ng mga discrepancies na ito. So, hindi po natin pupungunahan yung sasabihin ni witness, yung pagtatanong din po ng ating public prosecutors, dahil din po ay gusto natin yung buong detalye ay mabutbut natin dito sa proper forum na ito, isa-isahin natin siya hanggang matapos siya. Pero syempre, kaya po nangyari na yung common stipulations para po to save the people time, para po mas mapabilis din at hindi po unduly ay thousands of documents, isa-isahin talaga natin dito.
Sir, good afternoon. Joseph po. Kay Attorney Tolosa, can you just say why is it relevant that the Vice President signed the disbursement vouchers and all that? Yung mga documents that her signature appears in, why is it important? And what does it say?
Sige, to be exact, let me read it. This is what the certification states. For example, in the disbursement vouchers, which were submitted by the OVP. So it says here, they certified that the expense or cash advance was necessary, lawful, and incurred under the direct supervision of the signatory, and the signatory is the Vice President Duterte herself. Another one, a certification an accomplishment report, which were attached to the liquidation report submitted by the OVP. It says here that we certify that the certifying officer is accountable for the disbursement from the cash advance of the confidential funds. It also states here the expenses were incurred in connection with the agency's intelligence and or confidential operations and activities with supporting documents attached to the liquidation of the confidential funds. So what's the significance of that? It's clear that the Vice President had a direct hand on this. She signed it off, not just the use, but the way that it was liquidated. So ngayon, sa pamamagitan ng mga susunod na testigo natin, makikita natin naging tama ba talaga ang paggamit nitong confidential funds na to? Naging tama ba din ang pag-liquidate nito? These are confidential, these are public funds. So napaka-importante na mapakita na mapaliwanag sa gobyerno, sa COA, nitong dalawang ehensya na to na nagamit talaga nila sa tamang purposes na allowed under the law, at napatunayan nila to by complying with the liquidation process. So kapag hindi na-comply, maliwanag no, may pananagutan ng Vice Presidente, no, dahil na to mismo na dito sa certifications that she herself signed.
Kailan kayo mag-Mary Grace Piatos, if ever?
I'm sorry, can you repeat
Kailan
that?
kayo mag-Mary Grace Piatos? Binibuild up niyo yan, di ba?
Build up. But hintayin na lang natin, no? Papunta pa lang tayo sa mga acknowledgement receipts. So, hintayin natin yung magiging testigo ng witness paukol sa bagay.
Malamang tomorrow acknowledgement receipts or kaya na dito?
We'll see. Hopefully, there will be enough time today. I think until 2 p.m. yata yung hearing, or they're willing to extend it until 3 p.m. No? So, tignan natin.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, since we're also on the topic of time, tatanong ko lang sana, kasi nung before the session resumed, session ng Congress, yung hearing natin nagsisimula ng 2 p.m., paminsan umabot ng 7, so that's 5 hours. Ngayon, parang kung magsisimula ng 10, so 11, 1, up to 12, tapos 1 to 3, or 1 to 2, parang 3 to 4 hours lang siya. Hindi ba kulang yung oras to present?
Well, at the end of the day, no, yung mga ganyang bagay, administrative matters, sa discretion yan ng presiding officer and ultimately the impeachment court as a whole. So, kung anong maging pagpasya nila dyan, we will abide by it. Kung makikita nila sa pagtakbo ng mga sumusunod na araw ng paglilitis, mukhang kukulangin, maybe they'll make adjustments again. No? But sa ngayon, susunod kami kung ito yung patakaran na linatag nila para dito.
But sir, do you have an opinion? Kasi although, syempre, discretion ng Senate Impeachment Court yun, tatanungin din naman nila kayo eventually what is your stand on this matter. Do you think kulang po ba? Or...
Siguro titignan natin. Kasi kung maalala natin last week, maaga naman tayong natapos. No? So it's gonna be on a case-to-case basis. Depende sa testimonya ng mga witnesses. So I guess we'll have to see this week, no? Kung kamusta. Kung we have 3 witnesses scheduled, no, to take the stand this week, dalawa from COA and then 1 dun sa Legislative Archives. So I'm sure we'll have to make adjustments. Kung mukhang kukulangin yung oras this week, then baka kailangang i-revisit yung time.
Good afternoon po. May we know po kung meron kayong idea kailan na i-release yung confi funds, particular po yung ginastos in 11 days, kung alam niyo syempre.
I think ito yung testify na nung first witness last week. No? If I'm not mistaken, December 20. Oh, December 20 niya na-issue yun, no? 2022.
Kasalanan po ba ng Office of the Vice President or the Vice President herself kung ginastos in 11 days yung confi funds, alam naman po na ibinigay ng late?
Ang tanong na kailangang sagutin dyan, no, is probable ba na ubusin itong 125 million sa loob lamang ng 11 days. Yun yung tanong dyan, no, na kailangan natin sagutin. Considering meron pang nakapasok dyan sa 11 days na yan na non-working holidays. Ano? So, kasi 20 yan, no, hanggang 31. So, syempre, meron Christmas break, etc. No? New Year. So, yun ang tanong doon eh. Kasi kailangan natin account paano inubos ng Office of the Vice President sa loob, supposedly, sa kanila nanggaling to, ng 11 days. Itong confidential funds na to. Diba? Kasi nga, kailangan tuntunin yan at ang merong responsibilidad na ipaliwanag kung paano ginamit yung pera na yan at pakita na ginamit yan dun sa tamang purposes, no? Allowed purposes under the joint circular, of course, the Office of the Vice President. No? So, hindi tayo dun sa tanong ng kasalanan ba niya at inubos niyan? Hindi dun sa 11 days, hindi ganun. Ano? Yung tanong is, napaliwanag ba niya ng mabuti kung ginamit ng tama just in 11 days itong 125 million?
Sige po.
Ay, siguro magdadagdag na lang ako. So, may ganyang standing questions, di ba? Siyempre, yung mga taong bayan, nawindang din doon sa 11 days. Pero ito rin po yung isa sa mga binukas noong may impeachment complaint na inihain o inendorso ang representasyong ito kasama ang Makabayan Bloc noong ito po ay isasalang sa House of Representatives. Hindi lang po dito, pero sa ibang mga isasubmit na reports ng OVP sa COA tungkol sa disbursement, may ilan po dito we describe as quote-unquote physical impossibility. So, hindi ko na lang din po papangunahan yung ating mga butihing mga prosecutors or even witnesses in doing so, pero nasa public record po yun na may ganitong standing concerns, standing questions, ito po yung arena para i-resolve siya.
Are you aware po kung bakit late din ni-release yung pondo, yung budget para sa OVP or DepEd regarding po dun sa confidential funds?
I don't think any of the witnesses have covered that matter yet. No? We'll see kung makover yan ng mga other witnesses. But I guess at the end of the day, again, ang question kasi dito is yung dun sa accountability. Ano? Yung question dito is, napatunayan ba ng OVP na itong 125 million nagamit nila para sa mga allowed purposes under the joint circular? Napunta ba ito dun sa mga intended recipients supposedly? No? At malaki siyang katanungan, di ba? Paano mo inubos yung 125 million in 11 days? No? At ang may siyempre pananagutan dyan sa public funds na yan ay yung kumuha at gumamit niyan, which is the Office of the Vice President, headed by the Vice President herself, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, Rosalie, your turn.
Good afternoon po, sir and ma'am. Regarding naman po doon po sa absence po ni VP Duterte, si House Prosecutor Ridon po kasi pointed out na absent na naman, VP Duterte still absent on the 5th week of impeachment trial. Ano po ba ang official position ng prosecution team? Are you dismayed, disappointed, o wala lang para sa inyo yung pagiging absent po ni VP Duterte sa kanyang mismong impeachment trial?
Of course, tulad ng sinabi na, magmula nung simula hanggang ngayon, naririnig natin yung kahilingan ng mga kababayan natin, no, na napaka-importanteng at mahalagang aligasyon ang kinakaharap ng Vice Presidente sa impeachment proceedings na ito. No? O, tulad nitong mga confidential funds, lalo't lalo na siya mismo, no, ang pumirma nitong mga binasang iba't ibang dokumento kanina, yung dun sa certifications, dun sa attachments on the liquidation reports, na malinaw na meron siyang pananagutan sa dokumento, sa mga paggamit, no, at pag-liquidate nitong dokumentong ito. So natural, sa pera na ito, sa public funds na to. So natural lamang na hanapin ng mga kababayan natin sa kanya na siya mismo ang humarap dito at tugunan itong mga seryosong katanungan na to. No? But again, but still, having said that, at the end of the day, sa ngayon, hindi natin siya mapupwersang humarap dyan, no? Dahil sabi nga, as discretion pa rin naman niya ito at ng kanyang defense team, no? But it doesn't mean that we can just set aside kung ano din yung mga sentiment ng mga kababayan natin paukol dito. So, of course, we're dismayed, no, nawala siya at hindi pa rin niya hinaharap to hanggang ngayon kasi it also shows, no, yung respect towards this not just the impeachment court but this constitutional process, no. So, abangan natin, titignan natin kung anong magiging aksyon at takbang na gagawin niya dito, kung eventually harapin ba niya to at siya ba mismo ang sasagot sa mga seryosong katanungan na to.
Ang idadagdag ko na lang din, Hanggang ngayon, bukas ang impeachment court para po sa proactive participation ni VP Sara Duterte na siya nga po mismo ang nakasalang sa paglilitis na ito. Ang punto naman po ng paglilitis, yung pagbutbut ng ebidensya, ay para po kung may mga tanong ang mamamayan, masagot at magkaroon ng pananagutan kung yung sagot ay hindi po naaayon doon sa nakalagay sa batas, sa konstitusyon o sa mga rules ng ating mga ahensya para po paano hinahawakan yung pera ng taong bayan. So kung hindi po ulit present si VP Sara Duterte sa hearing na ito, kung mismong ang nangyayari at usapin ng taong bayan gaya ng P.A.K.U Silica ay wala rin po siyang comment or wala po siyang awareness, tuloy-tuloy yung dismaya ng mamamayan kung involved pa rin po ba si VP Sara Duterte sa iba't ibang mga may init na usapin at issue na pinapahalagahan ng mamamayang Pilipino. Hanggang ngayon naman gusto natin, no, pag sinabi nating korupsyon, kung sinabi natin na may mga tanong tayo sa paggasta ng pera, may pananagutan. So sana po binubukas po ulit kay VP Sara Duterte na harapin po yung mga tanong na ito.
Last follow-up na lang, sorry. Following po yung Okta Research Survey result po, yun pong 43% mas maraming Pilipino ang para sa kanilang pinakamatinding allegation is yung bribery against the Vice President. Following po nitong survey result na to, is it more unlikely for the prosecution team to waive or drop the article of impeachment na bribery?
Of course, one of the considerations yan, but it can't be the only consideration, no, kung ano yung naging opinion ng mga tao. Siyempre, madami tayong titignan dyan. But siyempre kasama na din yung gusto nating mapabilis as a whole, no? Itong paglilitis na to. But again, at the end of the day, sa ngayon naman, wala naman kaming decision pa na mag-drop ng kahit na alin dun sa articles of impeachment. Sa ngayon, ang intention namin, no, tuloy ang pagpresenta ng ebidensya paukol sa 4 articles of impeachment.
Alright. Okay, short follow-up.
Kasi about the survey. Ayun, short follow-up lang po dun sa short follow-up lang po dun sa survey kasi the survey also said na the same survey 10% of the Filipinos lang po yung naniniwala na malakas yung charge ng unexplained wealth and grave threats. Hindi po ba nakakabahala ito for the prosecution or how do you take this response from the Filipino people na sinurvey ng Okta Research?
Well, una-una, tulad ng sabi namin dun sa research, of course, hindi naman natin yan basta-basta sinasang tabi, no? Pinapakinggan din naman natin yan. But mahalaga din, tignan natin din siguro, since this is just a snapshot, di ba, of the possible opinion of the public, but tignan din natin kung ano pang maging resulta ng iba namang survey firms, no, na magkakonduct ng sa kanilang sariling research, no. But kung ano man, no, ang lumabas sa mga surveys na to, for example, as you've stated dun sa unexplained wealth, again, hindi pa naman nakikita ng mga kababayan natin kung ano ba itong mga dokumento na to. So kami nananalig kami na bigyan muna natin pagkakataon lahat, no, yung mga kababayan natin makita tong dokumento na to, and then after mapresenta na to sa impeachment court, doon natin ulit tignan kung anong opinion nila, anong pag-uusga nila, dahil naniniwala kami, no, kapag nakita itong matibay na ebidensya na to, and again, these are, for example, the bank records, no one could contest, no, na hindi na pwedeng maspin ito at sabihin na gawa-gawa lang ng prosecution to or gobyerno, lalo na they will be coming from the banks. No? So bank records don't lie. So hintayin natin, bigyan natin ng pagkakataon muna ang prosecution, malatag itong mga importanteng financial records na to, and then tignan natin ulit kung ano magiging opinion ng mga kababayan natin.
Alright, on that note, maraming salamat po muli sa ating mga panauhin ngayon, si Congresswoman Ranny, si Atty. J. Toloso Jr., sa ating mga kaibigan sa media, at sa ating mga kababayan na patuloy na tumututok sa impeachment trial na ito. Muli po, sama-sama nating tugay-gayan kung ano pa mga kaganapan ngayong hapon na ito. Magandang hapon sa inyo lahat.
Salamat po.
Thank you.
Salamat.
are in the direct examination of the witness, Mr. Wamil, by the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Lorna Kapunan. Ma'am, you may proceed and continue if you are ready, when you are ready, rather.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, kumain ka na ba?
Yes, ma'am. Kumain naman po.
Kumain ka naman, no? Kasi tatanong ko sa'yo. Kanina sinabi mo, Mr. Witness, na nag-submit ng revised accomplishment report ang Office of the Vice President at sinabi mo na marami pa ring discrepancies at kulang-kulang ang mga dokumento. What did you do? Anong ginawa mo, if any? Pagkatanggap mo nitong revised accomplishment report?
Nung natanggap ko po yung revised accomplishment report, I gave due consideration po dun sa kanilang supplemental submission, and then nag-issue po kami ng supplemental AOM in consideration of their additional submission.
Okay. Why was it necessary to issue another AOM? Bakit kailangan nag-issue ka pa ng isa pang Audit Observation Memorandum?
Since hindi naman po na-issue yung aming first AOM dahil hindi nga po nila na-receive, so wala po kaming, under our rules po, AOM po talaga yung aming i-issue if we note findings doon sa kanilang submission sa ICPAO.
Flashed on the screen, Your Honors, Mr. Presiding Officer, with your permission, is this AOM referred to by this witness. Mr. Witness, can you walk us, pakisabi sa atin lahat dito, ano ang mga na-observe mo dito sa AOM na sinubmit?
Witness may refer to the document and may be assisted by assisting counsels for both parties.
Based on the evaluation po ng documents, doon sa kanilang, katulad nga po nung sinabi ko kanina, doon sa katulad nung nasa first AOM po namin, since wala pa rin silang isinamit na documentary evidence of payments. So nireiterate po namin dito sa aming second AOM yung kanilang non-submission of the documentary evidence of payments. Tapos katulad din po nung sinabi ko kanina, since doon sa kanilang revised accomplishment report ay merong items for the provision of medical and food aid for 40 million pesos at payment of incentives or traveling expenses relative to the confidential operations of the OBP na 10 million pesos na hindi allowable expenses based on the item 4.8 of the Joint Circular 2015-01. And also, doon sa kanilang revised accomplishment report, meron po silang item for the payment of rewards pero wala silang isinamit na any document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities pursuant to the information given by the informer. And also, nakasama din po sa aming findings yung kanilang hindi sinabmit na special budget request at hindi rin po nila isinabmit yung proof of submission nila nung kanilang revised accomplishment report to the Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House. And lastly po, dun sa disbursement voucher kasi, ang nag-approve po nun ay si Assistant Secretary Limuel G. Ortonio, which is not compliant with the joint circular dahil according to the joint circular, it shall be the responsibility of the head of the agency to approve the cash advances.
Okay. So na-mention mo dito yung 40 million na ginastos ng Office of the Vice President para sa gamot, medicines.
Yes, ma'am.
Walang supporting document. Mr. Witness?
As of this time po, wala po silang binigay na supporting document.
Ito ring 10 million na ginamit bilang liquidation sa travel expenses ng Office of the Vice President para sa confidential fund. Ano-anong mga dokumento ang sinabmit para dito?
Pwede pong paulit po ng tanong, ma'am.
10 million ang sinabi mong travel funds na ginamit ng Office of the Vice President galing sa kanyang confidential funds. Meron bang sinabmit na dokumento ang Vice President para i-liquidate itong 10 million na travel funds niya?
Wala po silang sinabmit na document supporting that disbursement po.
Itong mga payment of rewards, magkanong payment of rewards?
Ang kanilang payment of rewards po ay 10 million pesos based on the submitted revised accomplishment report.
Okay. Itong 10 million na ginastos o binayad ng Office of the Vice President sa mga nagbigay ng information ba to?
Payment of rewards for the...
Rewards.
Yes, sir.
Meron bang mga dokumentong sinabmit ang Presidente, Vice Office of the Vice President, para i-liquidate itong paggamit ng confidential funds niya sa rewards?
Wala pong silang sinabmit na document po in support of the payment of rewards as of this time.
Ngayon,
As of the date nung AOM po.
after issuing, sabi mo may audit observation memorandum na previously marked for reference as Exhibit P-1-12-B na common exhibit with the respondent. Pagkatapos na issue itong AOM, anong nangyari afterwards, if any?
After po namin after ma-serve ng ICFO yung both AOMs po, nagbigay si Office of the Vice President ng kanilang response.
And if I show you a copy of this response of the Office of the Vice President, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes.
A stipulated document. This is
Assistant counsel of both parties may approach the witness to guide him as to the document being identified.
This is Exhibit P-1-12-C for the petitioner. Prosecution. Ito bang response ng Office of the Vice President, in-evaluate mo din?
Yes, ma'am.
At anong findings mo, if any?
Actually po, before ko na-evaluate itong response na ito, nag-submit pa sila ng additional response sa amin. At sabay po namin in-evaluate yung kanilang both responses.
So, dalawang response.
Yes, ma'am.
At ano ang findings mo sa dalawang response na to?
Sa response po kasi nila, they attached the documentary evidence of payments. So nagkaroon po kami ng finding about the various payment of rewards made based on the submitted documentary evidence of payments na naka-attach dun sa response nila in the form of acknowledgement receipts. So based on the acknowledgement receipts na sinamit po, nagkaroon sila ng payment of rewards in cash, in medicine, and in various goods. At lahat po nung kanilang payment of rewards ay walang naka-attach na any document supporting the success of the information gathering activity or surveillance activity on account of the information given by the informer. And also po, nagkaroon din sila ng various purchases based on the documentary evidence of payments. Meron po silang yung kanilang binili na medicines and various goods which were given as rewards. Yung kanilang binili na supplies, yung binili nila na tables and chairs and desktop printers and computers. Pero yung supporting document lang po nun ay acknowledgement receipt instead of official receipts or sales invoices. And also, with respect to the payment po ng tables and chairs and desktop printers and computers, hindi po nila in-indicate if those purchases were really intended for the confidential operations of the OVP.
Sa joint circular na sinabi mong guidelines para sa liquidation report ng Office of the Vice President, bakit sinasabi mo na walang supporting documents itong tables and chairs na binili, itong desktop, itong medicines, itong supplies? Ano ang kailangan mo na supporting document?
Actually, since it was ang involved po ay purchases, then those purchases should have been supported with sales invoices and official receipts instead of the acknowledgement receipts lang po.
In other words, Mr. Witness, itong acknowledgement receipt, walang kasamang mga resibo.
Yes, ma'am. Wala po silang inattached na resibo.
Hindi ba confidential yan kung saan drugstore ka bumili ng medicine?
Hindi naman po siguro confidential pag kung ang pagbibilhan mo ay mga drugstore. Kasi ang confidential po mismo ay yung paggagamitan, hindi yung pagbibilhan. Magkaibang bagay po kasi yun.
Yung mga grocery na binilhan ng mga sari-saring groceries at supplies, hindi ba confidential dapat ang mga pangalan ng grocery na yan?
Hindi naman po kailangan maging confidential yung pangalan ng mga groceries. Katulad nga po ng sinabi ko, ang confidential ay yung paggagamitan, hindi yung pagbibilhan. At magkaibang bagay po kasi yun.
Yung hardware stores na pinagbilhan ng mga tables and chairs tsaka desktop, hindi ba confidential yung mga pangalan ng mga hardware stores na yan?
Hindi rin po necessarily na confidential yung pangalan ng hardwares dahil yun nga po, hindi naman confidential yung pinagbilan kundi yung paggagamitan ng kanilang pondo.
Your Honor.
At this juncture, Your Honor, may we
With the permission of
manifest?
counsel for the panel of prosecutors. Yes, what is the pleasure of
Your
the
Honor,
counsel?
may
First
we
one?
move to strike out the responses of the witness to those questions as he is not competent and qualified to answer, especially since he is not pointing to any provision of the JC as to his opinion on whether confidential o hindi ang mga pangalan ng mga drugstores, ang mga pangalan ng mga sari-sari stores, Your Honors. I think that is beyond his competence, Your Honor, as an auditor.
If I may respond.
Unless, Your Honor, he can point to a specific provision in the joint circular.
Your Honor,
Counsel
please.
for the panel for prosecutors, Attorney Kapunan may respond before the
Your
chair
Honor,
makes a ruling.
please, Your Honor. First of all, they're asked and answered. Counsel should have timely objected when being asked. 3 times he was asked. Secondly, Your Honor, I don't think it is accurate to say that this has no basis because earlier, pinaghirapan po namin pakita yung mga particular provisions ng Joint Circular 2015 para i-point out ano-ano ang mga pwedeng gamitan ng confidential funds at ano-ano ang pwedeng paggamit or bawal na paggamit ng confidential funds. And this witness, Your Honor, based on the circular, did say that whatever activity that is must be related to the physical and financial plans submitted by the Office of the Vice President and or the DepEd. For instance, tables and chairs, what particular surveillance activity or operation or terrorist surveillance are tables and chairs and desktops and medicines and supplies related to? The payment of rewards, Your Honor. Again, this witness cited the particular provision of the joint circular that says the payment of reward should not stop there. It should point, Your Honor, according to the joint circular, it should point to particular documents that would show or point to that activity by which the rewards were deserved, Your Honor. So
Chair
it's
will make
very
a
clear
ruling.
in the circular, Your Honor.
Chair will make a ruling. Asked and answered is correctly pointed out by counsel for the panel of prosecutors. Aside from that, the witness is competent to testify as to how he evaluated the submissions and the response letters given by the Office of the Vice President in relation to the AOMC issued that were all based on JMC number 15-01.
Your Honor.
Yes,
I will
Counsel
not
for...
be asking for reconsideration, and I will submit to the ruling of the court. I just want to make it of record that when we say asked and answered, Your Honors, I gave leeway to the opposing counsel to ask the question, basically because I did not think the question was objectionable, but it is the answer that I'm asking to be stricken out based on the competence of the witness, because there is no provision under the JC that says ano yung sari-sari store ay hindi confidential. But again, Your Honor, I just wanted to put that on the record, but I will abide by the ruling of the Honorable Presiding
Duly
Officer,
noted,
Your Honor.
counsel for the respondent, and you may note a continuing objection should the counsel for the panel of prosecutors continue with this
Thank you,
line
Your
of
Honor.
questioning. Attorney
Thank you,
Kapunan,
Your
you may
Honor.
proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this juncture, Your Honor, may we manifest for the record that in accordance with our request for stipulation, we had presented for stipulation to counsel for the respondent 845 acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor, that would show recipients of the various amounts mentioned in relation to disbursement of confidential funds, their names, what they were spent for, and the dates of receipts, Your Honor. Sadly, counsel for the respondent has refused, despite this being common exhibits for the prosecution and defense, Your Honor, counsel has refused to stipulate. May I repeat that now? We are not stipulating as to the contents, which will be properly identified in part, because we will not present all 845, Your Honor, documents. But may we know from counsel if
What
he
does
will
counsel for respondent say?
attest to its existence, and that these were documents they themselves, Your Honor, submitted to the KaMAtis by way of their liquidation. These are their very own documents by way of liquidation to the confidential funds, which were allotted and spent by the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd. But for the meantime, for the Office of the Vice President, Your Honor, these
Attorney po?
very same documents are what they submitted to the KaMAtis, Your Honor.
Attorney po?
Your Honor, I beg the indulgence of the Honorable Court as well as the distinguished opposing counsel, but we really cannot stipulate on these matters precisely because the insinuation that this was the very documents that the OVP and DepEd submitted to COA is very much in question, Your Honors, because we can easily raise the issue on chain of custody. I'm not saying we will, but that is always on the table. And precisely, Your Honors, although they are labeled as common exhibits, we marked them separately, Your Honor. We did not have markings on the same documents, Your Honor. And that is our position. But again, I beg the indulgence and the patience, Your Honor, of the distinguished opposing counsel and the Honorable Court.
Can I just, my last manifestation, Your Honor, and this acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor. You will note from the acknowledgement receipts that these are certified true copies. Certified true copies of receipts submitted to the KaMAtis, Your Honor. They're not documents from the prosecution. They are documents which this witness, by way of subpoena, duces tecum, and testificandum, produced before this court, Your Honor. So the provenance, the source of these documents, and there is a certification issued by his office, show that there should be no doubt as to where these documents came from. As to their existence, Your Honor, there should be no doubt.
May the presiding officer ask, are we talking about the same number of documents to begin with? 847, correct, counsel?
845, Your Honor.
45? Counsel for the respondent?
I'm confirming now, Your Honor.
Are the common exhibits for both prosecution and respondent 845 documents?
Your Honor, the problem here is during the marking, there were inconsistencies with the number of ARs that were presented between each party, Your Honor. And that is why we cannot stipulate on the same. Now, as to the question on whether we have the same number for the fourth quarter, we are still verifying, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I will waste the court's time now if we verify further.
Anyway, Counsel, Attorney Kapunan, unfortunately, if they are not willing to stipulate, the court cannot twist their hand into so stipulating for whatever reason they may have. So kindly proceed as you intended to.
We submit, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Witness, nung nag-evaluate ka ng post-audit evaluation ng documents, liquidation documents submitted to you, your office by the Office of the Vice President, was there evidence or documents submitted to your office to show how payments were made?
Ang tanging sinamit lang po nila in support of their payments po ay yung documentary evidence payments in the form of acknowledgement receipts.
Okay. And will you please tell this court, this impeachment court, if you, in the course of your post-audit, carefully evaluated acknowledgement receipts?
Ang ginawa ko po, upon receipt of those acknowledgement receipts, tinabulate ko po lahat ng acknowledgement receipts na yon based on their purpose, based on their, kung kailan po yung dates of payment, and then based on the amount po na binayaran nila as provided po doon sa acknowledgement receipts.
You mentioned, Mr. Witness, that you prepared your own tabulation?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you bring them with you, this tabulation?
I brought it po with me.
Can you share them with us?
Your Honor, may I be allowed po to share the tabulation?
Witness may may refer to his notes with respect to the tabulation. Yes.
Your Honor, please, I think defense counsel will note that this is not a pre-marked document during the pre-trial, but we had made a reservation that we will be marking documents in the course of our this witness testimony.
Assisting counsel for the parties may approach the witness and view the document being referred to by the witness.
While counsel for the respondents are perusing the document, Your Honor, may we have this marked as Exhibit P-I-29?
Later on, you may do so. The clerk of court is so instructed to make the corresponding marking after, in due course, rather. Witness may answer the question.
Can you repeat the question po?
Okay, Mr. Witness, you said earlier in answer to my question that you received acknowledgement receipts and that you made a tabulation. Kung ano-ano itong mga acknowledgement receipts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We don't have a copy now and we reserve the right to provide counsel for the respondent a copy, but can you share with us your findings based on your notes or your tabulation?
Based on my tabulation po, napansin ko na some of the payments were dated December 2023, which is beyond the scope po nung covered ng kanilang cash advances. And yun nga po, katulad nung nasabi ko kanina, may mga payment of rewards po sila, either in cash, in medicines, and in various goods. Pero wala na po silang sinamit na any document na support or evidence, document evidencing the success of the information gathering activity on account of the information given by the informer. And also,
how did you prepare your tabulation?
Noong time po na binigay sa akin yung acknowledgement receipts, doon ko po tinabulate yung payments based doon nga po sa purpose po ng payment, doon sa date po ng payment and the amount po na binayaran doon sa recipients.
Will your tabulation show, and can you share with us if it does, ano ang sinabi mong mga purposes na naka-indicate?
Yes po, nakalagay po sa tabulation ko yung purpose.
Can you read from your notes, please? On page 1,
Your Honor, just to manifest for the record
Counsel
while
for
he's
respondent.
perusing his notes that when I inspected the document, it seems to be a privately encoded document, a printout without any signature of who prepared it.
Do you
Just a
confirm-
manifestation, Your Honor, just to put that
Do you
on record.
confirm, Mr. Witness?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay.
Since it is a personal notes po, so hindi ko na po pinirmahan yung...
Duly
tabulation.
noted.
How many pages is your tabulation?
$19 pages po.
Okay. Your Honor, please, this P-29, P-1-29, which is a tabulation consisting of 19 pages, we will request that they, at the appropriate time, be submarked as P-29-A up to end series, Your Honor. Now.
So ordered.
Can you read from your tabulation? What is in page 1? How many names are there? Total, if you recall. And based on your tabulation.
Can you repeat your question po?
Based sa tabulation na ginawa mo, na sinabi mo na summary ng mga acknowledgement receipts, how many is the total of the acknowledgement receipts?
Based on the acknowledgement receipts po, ang lumalabas na expenses ay 125,150,000.
125 million
150,000.
150,000. For what period is this, Mr. Witness?
Based on the documents po na submitted to us, December 21 to 31, 2022. Pero katulad nga po ng sinabi ko, some of the dates po dun sa acknowledgement receipts ay naka-dated December 2023.
Okay. Sinabi mo na ang total is 125,150,000. Magkano ba ang binigay na confidential funds?
Based on the documents submitted to ICFAO, 125 million pesos po.
May discrepancy. Hindi tugma, 150,000 na butal.
Based on the documents po, yes, may discrepancy po yung acknowledgement receipts and the accomplishment report.
Okay. Thank you for your pointing that out. Ano pa ang dapat malaman namin sa tabulation mo?
Yung, meron po silang, katulad po nung sinabi ko kanina, meron silang purchases na ginawa. Pero yun nga po, supported lang po ng acknowledgement receipts instead.
Counsel Meduso.
I think nasa notice of suspension po yung amount. May I be allowed po to refer to the notice of suspension?
Okay. At
This
the,
is a stipulated document, right, Counsel?
yes, Your Honor. The notice of suspension is.
The
We
notice
will
of suspension?
present. We will ask again the question in due course.
Kindly ask the question again, Counsel for the panel of prosecutors. Witness is asking for permission to refer to the notice of suspension to answer your question. Assistant Counsels Mayor Puch.
Based on this notice of suspension, actually wala pong total pero nandito po yung breakdown ng amounts per type of purchase po.
Okay. Can we go through the breakdown of amounts?
Opo.
Based on your notice of suspension, which is a common exhibit of
As
the
to the-
prosecution and the defense.
As to the various goods which were given as rewards, 34,857,000. As to the medicines which were given as rewards,
34 million for rewards.
As to the medicines po, which were given as rewards, 24,930,000. As to the purchase supplies, 11,813,000 pesos. As to the tables and chairs, 500,000 pesos. And as to desktop computers and printers, 3 million pesos.
What else, Mr. Witness?
Hindi pa rin po nila pala sinubmit yung proof of submission noong revised accomplishment report to the Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House.
Ngayon, if we show you a select few of these acknowledgement receipts, would you be able to identify them?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, can we ask our attorney, Mark Peña? Can I mention his name because his mother daw is watching?
Assisting counsels may approach for both
Attorney
parties.
Mark Peña.
Ano na ma-identify yan?
Where is it? Your Honor, the witness is being presented for the record 845 acknowledgement receipts. In a box, and for purposes of reference, these have been marked as Exhibits P-1-8 and series for the prosecution.
How many boxes, counsel?
3 boxes, Your Honor.
What was the folder earlier given to the witness by Attorney Peña?
The folder given, Your Honor, is just one of the folders, Your Honor.
Inside the box?
Inside the box. So for the record, Your Honor, Attorney Peña showed to the witness a sample folder of which is among the 845 documents inside several folders inside 3 boxes.
Containing the 845 exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor.
Assisting counsel may show the witness a sample of the 845 acknowledgement receipts contained in a folder. So, Mr. Wamel, is this one of the 845 documents that you examined in relation to acknowledgement receipts pertaining to confidential funds allegedly spent for the period covering December 21 to December 31, 2022?
Yes, sir. Yes po, Your Honor.
You're a witness, counsel.
Okay. If I show you some, the defense. Could you please go over briefly the other folders? Your Honor, please, may we ask for a 3-minute recess for this?
For what purpose, counsel?
So you can go over the folders and so I can sit down.
Ito po yung sample na...
Trial is suspended for how many minutes, counsel?
3, Your Honor.
3 minutes then.
Pwede mo siyang okay. Do I have to...
Trial is resumed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, please, if I
Counsel
might,
for the panel of prosecutors. Yes, ma'am.
if I may, Your Honor, as can be seen, the examination of the documents took more than 3 minutes, just to attest that these documents are voluminous. And in connection therewith, Your Honor, since counsel has not agreed to a stipulation of all 845 documents, we call to rescue Section 130 of Rule 130, Section 3, Your Honor, C. And for the record, if we may be allowed to read, Your Honor. This rule on documentary evidence is the exception to the original document rule, which requires that all documents must be presented. But in this particular section, Rule 130, Section 3C, it says, Your Honors, that when the original consists of numerous accounts, and that is what we are seeing today, and other documents which cannot be examined in court without great loss of time, and the fact sought to be established from them is only the general result of the same. I think, Your Honor, this is applicable, especially if we likewise see Section 7, which is summaries of the same rule, Your Honor. In Section 7, entitled Summaries, when the contents of documents, records, photographs, or numerous accounts are voluminous, as can be seen, 3 boxes and several folders, and the fact sought to be established is only the general result of the whole, the contents of such evidence may be presented in the form of a chart, a summary, or calculation. Your Honor, please, I think under this Rule 130, Section 3C, in conjunction with Section 7 relating to voluminous records and summaries, Your Honor, we will be, as we had earlier, marked a tabulation, which is the summary of all 845 acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor, all of which are intended to just prove one thing, Your Honor. To prove that certain amounts are covered by acknowledgement receipts which were submitted by way of liquidation for confidential funds, and the purpose for which they were spent or discharged or withdrawn are not in compliance with Joint Circular 2015, Your Honor. That is the result intended from this 845 documents, which we will no longer individually present. In lieu thereof, Your Honor, pursuant to Section 3C in conjunction with Section 7 of Rule 130, we will just be presenting the tabulation, Your Honor, marked as Exhibit P-1-29 and series, Your Honor, and reserve the right to just highlight certain select acknowledgement receipts, which we will ask this witness to testify to as to the contents thereof, Your Honor.
Comment from counsel for respondents.
We have no objection to the applicability of the rule invoked, Your Honor, by the distinguished opposing counsel without prejudice to our right to test the accuracy of the table at the proper time.
And to individually question its authenticity during cross or
Yes.
during its presentation, and to be given copies as well, should you so desire.
Correct, subject to cross, Your Honor.
Counsel may proceed in accordance with Rule 130, Section 3C in relation to Section 7, in relation to, given that the documents are indeed voluminous. And for the information of the Senator Judges, this does not in any way detract from the fact that the documents, the acknowledgement receipts do exist, only that they are too voluminous, therefore the witness will be testifying based on his summary of these documents instead of individually. Counsel for the panel of prosecutors may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the ruling. Now, I will show you select few of these acknowledgement receipts. And for better appreciation of the Honorable Impeachment Court, we will be flashing some select few. Exhibit P-1-8-184. Showing to you, Mr. Witness, this exhibit. It is an acknowledgement receipt in the name of Mary Grace Piatos for the amount of 70,000 pesos. Please peruse this document and tell us if this is among the acknowledgement receipts that you said you received and evaluated based on the submissions of the Office of the Vice President.
This AR po is among the acknowledgement receipts submitted by the OVP to K.U.
Before we go to this particular exhibit, in the name of Mary Grace Piatos for 70,000 pesos. Tell us, Mr. Witness, ano ba talagang ibig sabihin ng acknowledgement receipt?
Well, kapag sinabing acknowledgement, actually wala siyang provision dun sa joint circular, pero ito kasi ay parang proof of na-receive noong payee yung binayad sa kanya.
So, acknowledgement receipt, as the name suggests, acknowledges na na-receive.
Na-receive niya yung payment from the payor po.
So, ina-acknowledge ng isang Mary Grace Piatos na tumanggap siya ng magkano?
Based from this acknowledgement receipt po, tumanggap po si Mary Grace Piatos ng 70,000 pesos for the payment of rewards, close and open parenthesis, medicines.
Ano, bakit dalawa to? Payment of rewards tsaka medicines. Anong ibig sabihin? Ang binayad sa kanya na reward ay gamot?
Hindi ko po ma-determine based on this document alone po, kaya po kami nagpapasubmit ng additional documents. And also, since it is payment of rewards po, hindi rin po enough lang na acknowledgement receipts. Kailangan din pong makomply yung provision noong joint circular as to the payment of rewards.
Okay. So, itong Mary Grace Piatos acknowledgement receipt ay sinasabi mo na violation ito ng joint circular. Bakit?
Dahil hindi po ito properly supported by document evidencing success po, which is required under 4.8.5 of the joint circular 2015-01.
Okay. Incidentally, Mr. Witness, pag merong pangalang Mary Grace Piatos, kayo ba ay nag-i-investigate o kasama ba ng post-audit nyo ang mag-ascertain sino ba itong Mary Grace Piatos?
Since what we do po is compliance audit, so ang nagiging basehan lang po namin ng audit ay kung ano yung nakalagay or piniprescribe ng Joint Circular 2015-01. Pero dun sa Joint Circular naman po kasi, hindi naman nakalagay doon na kailangan tingnan namin yung recipient ng payment.
Okay. I will show you another document. Mark for the prosecution, Attorney Peña, P-1-8-619. Another Piatos, name Rene Piatos. Pakibasa. The amount is 100...
Counsel, it's Renan Piatos.
Renan Piatos. Renan Piatos. Ang amount eh 110,000 pesos. At ang date ay 12/27/2023. Being flashed on the screen for better appreciation of the Honorable Impeachment Court. What observation can you make or have you made as regards this acknowledgement receipt?
Based on this acknowledgement receipt po, binayad po siya noong December 27, 2023, which is 1 year po after nung supposedly coverage nung kanilang cash advance for confidential fund.
Kailan ba binigay ulit itong cash advance?
December 27, 2023 po, based on this document.
Pero what actually is the correct date, if you know?
I cannot determine po the correct date based on this document, pero dapat po kasi ipasok siya doon sa coverage ng kanilang cash advance based on the document submitted to ICPAO.
So hindi ito pasok?
Yes, ma'am. Based on this document, yung period of payment, yung date of payment po ay hindi pasok doon sa coverage ng kanilang cash advance.
Anong tawag doon? Yung hindi pasok? Discrepancy?
Hindi po siya discrepancy. Hindi lang talaga siya pasok. Parang the payment was made outside the coverage noong
With the permission of counsel, December 21 to December 31, 2022, yung covered period ng disbursement
Yes.
ng confidential fund, Mr. Wamil, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So when you say hindi pasok dun sa period na yon, ng
Yes
December
po, Your
21 to 31, 2022.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Dahil 2023 nakalagay na taon, supposedly. Tama?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay.
You may proceed, counsel.
12 months na hindi pasok. 2023. Exhibit P-1-8-4113 in the name of Nova Santos for the amount of 85,000 pesos. Anong observation mo dito sa acknowledgement receipt na ito, if any?
Since it is payment of rewards po, and closing up in parentheses, various goods, dapat ay supported po ito ng document of success as prescribed under item 4.8.5 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Ano bang kinoconsider ng COA-ICFAO na document of success?
Actually, wala kang specific na document as prescribed under the Joint Circular. Pero kapag may sinabit po kasi sa amin, chine-check namin if the requirement of the Joint Circular is met. So tinitingnan po namin yung relationship between the successful information gathering or surveillance activities vis-a-vis yung information given by the informer.
I'll show you now. P-1-8-531 in the name of Miko P. Harina for 295,000 pesos. Again, ang nakalagay dito, hindi pasok. 12/31/2023.
Leading, Your Honor. Objection.
Okay, I will reform.
Kindly reform.
What can you say, what can you observe about the date indicated there, if any?
The date po indicated in this document is December 31, 2023 as the date po nung receipt of payment by the
And what
P.A.K.U.
significance can you draw, if any, from this date?
It is outside po dun sa period po nung kanilang disbursement, which is December 21 to 31, 2022.
And the purpose? Ano yung purpose na naka-indicate dyan?
Ang nakalagay po ay payment of purchase supplies.
Okay. Itong purchase supplies na ito, 295,000 worth of purchase of supplies. What documents, if any, were submitted
Ang sinamit
to
po nila,
indicate ano ang mga supplies worth 295,000 na binili nung 1 year after, 12/21/2023. Meron bang dokumentong sinubmit? At kung meron, ano-ano yun?
wala po silang document na sinabit. Ito lang pong acknowledgement receipt.
P-1-8-643 in the name of Janice Marie Revilla. Na-investigate mo ba kung kamag-anak to ni Senator Bong Revilla? Mr. Witness? Mr. Witness?
That is beyond na po of our scope of audit.
Okay. And the amount is 70,000 pesos. Again, for purchase of information dated 12/28/2023 2022. Any observation on this acknowledgement receipt?
Wala naman po akong nakitang observation dito sa acknowledgement receipt na ito. Since yung purchase of information is among those allowable expenses naman po under the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Patiting. P-1-8567 for 150,000 pesos. 12/23/2022. Parang hindi katiting ito. Patiting for purchase of information. Ang observation mo? Any observation?
Since ang allowed naman po ang purchase of information under 4.8 of the Joint Circular, wala naman po akong nakitang observation with respect to this acknowledgement receipt.
P-1-8-545 in the name of Odi or Andy C. Lim for 50,000 pesos. Andilim. Kanya ko pala hindi mabasa. Andilim. Para kay Andilim. 50,000 pesos. Ang date, 12/21/2023. Ano ang observation mo ulit? Kung meron man.
Yung date of payment po, December 27, 2023, is outside the coverage po nung kanilang period of disbursement, which is December 21 to 31, 2022.
Kung merong andilim, siguro dahil
Objection,
pikit.
Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I've been giving leeway to opposing counsel, but I think she's been coloring, the contents of the documents more than what is shown
Your
in the
Honor, I'm
document
just reading. It
itself.
says here. And
No,
counsel
Your
can
Honor,
It says andilim.
I think you
It's
know
the
my
way it
point, Your
sounds, Your
Honor.
Honor. It's like patiting. That's the way it's spelled. And the next one, maybe you will object again. It's Alejandro A. Pikit. I was gonna say, kanya siguro madali. May pikit ang mata. Pikit.
Exactly, Your Honor, our point, Your Honor.
Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, I think you know what the counsel for the respondent is talking about.
Yes.
Kindly proceed accordingly.
Okay, Alejandro A. Pikit, P-18-544 for 90,000 pesos. And the date here, again, is 12/21/2023. Purchase of information. Any observation, Mr. Witness?
Yung date of payment po na December 21, 2023 based on this document is outside po doon sa kanilang period of disbursement.
Okay. P-1-8-556 being shown to you and flashed on the screen is for Fiona Byong for 80,000 pesos, 12/22/2022, also for payment of information. Any comment, Mr. Witness?
Wala naman po akong particular observation on this AR kasi yung purchase of information is allowed naman po under 4.8 of the Joint Circular.
And the last two, also for payment of information, P-1-8-654 for Cisfronio Balsac for 70,000 pesos. And P-1-8-615 for Gabriel S. Bisaya for 70,000 pesos. 12/27/2022. Any observations, Mr. Witness?
Yung date of payment po na December 27, 2023, which is outside the coverage po nung kanilang period of disbursement.
Now, having shown you selected few of these 845 acknowledgement receipts, can you confirm now that the ones shown to you and those that are part of your summary stated in your tabulation are the documents submitted to you by the Office of the Vice President by way of liquidation of monies allegedly paid to alleged payees and for alleged purposes?
Yes po, ma'am.
I will go now to the Office of the Vice President. What happened next, if any?
From what period po yung tinatanong niyo, ma'am? From the date of...
After you received the response of the Office of the Vice President, what action did you take, if any?
I evaluated po the response, the explanation contained in the response as well as the documents po attached in the response, and nag-issue po kami ng notice of suspension dahil hindi pa rin po compliant yung kanilang submission sa ICFAO.
Again, can you remind us what a notice of suspension is?
Based on the Joint Circular 2015-01, notice of suspension is a written notification to the head of the agency and the agency accountant, informing them of the temporary disallowance in audit of the disbursement because it appears that the disbursement is illegal, irregular, or improper, and that they are required to submit an explanation or justification or the documents being sought in the notice of suspension or both po.
If a notice of suspension is shown to you, P-1-13-A, which is a common exhibit with the defense, would you be able to identify the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And for better appreciation of the Honorable Impeachment Court, we will
Assisting
be
counsel of
flashing the
both
same
parties
on the
may approach.
screen.
You may proceed, counsel.
In your notice of suspension, which you said you issued, and which is a common exhibit, what were your recommendations thereat?
In this notice of suspension po, katulad po nung in-explain ko kanina, may mga payment of rewards silang ginawa in cash, in medicine, and in various goods, pero hindi po properly supported with any document evidencing success as prescribed po in item 4.8.5 of the Joint Circular. That is observation number 1 po.
We are flashing on the screen, and for easy reference, this has been boxed, Your Honor. What else?
Also, in the NS po, yun, katulad din nung sinabi ko kanina, meron silang mga purchases na ginawa, which is yung purchases of medicine, which were given as rewards. Yung purchases of various goods, which were given as rewards. Yung purchase supplies, yung tables and chairs, at yung desktop printers and computers ay supported lamang ng acknowledgement receipts instead of sales invoices or official receipts. And also with respect to the purchased tables and chairs and desktop printers and computers, hindi po nila in-indicate if these purchases were intended for the confidential operations of the Office of the Vice President.
What else is here in your notice of suspension?
Third po, yung ibang acknowledgement receipts po, yung receipts of payment ay naka-December 2023 at yung ibang acknowledgement receipts ay wala pong date kung kailan ni-receive ni payee yung payment po.
No. If these acknowledgement receipts, there are certain acknowledgement receipts dated 2023, if shown to you, would you be able to identify the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing to you now. Acknowledgement receipts dated December 20, 2023, beyond the period beyond the covered period of the last quarter of 2022. Please go over these documents.
Assisting counsel may show the witness the documents.
Your Honor, please, this notice of suspension, as I mentioned earlier, is a common exhibit, Your Honor, and I will call the witness to please take a look at Annex A of this notice of suspension, which appears to be a tabulation of these undated and dated 2023 acknowledgement receipts. Are you looking at it? Annex A?
Should I proceed with the...
What is the total, Mr. Witness, based on your Annex A of your notice of suspension of the total amount for acknowledgement receipts issued for a period not covered by the confidential funds?
Can you clarify po yung question? Yung mga dated December 2023 po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Witness.
Based on this annex po, yung total ng mga acknowledgement receipts na dated December 2023 ay 25,606,000 pesos.
For 2023, 25,606,000. What about confidential funds liquidated based on undated acknowledgement receipts na walang date? Undated.
Based po on
Is that also shown in your Annex A?
Yes po, ma'am.
Can you tell this court how much that amount is for undated acknowledgement receipts na walang petsa?
Ang total amount po ay 3,276,000 pesos po.
Okay, and pag tinotal natin ito, magkano lahat ito ang nakalagay sa notice of suspension mo?
Yung undated tsaka December
Yes, Mr.
20.
Witness.
Bali, ang magiging total po ay almost 29 million pesos po.
Sa notice of suspension, what other findings are stated thereat?
Sa notice of suspension po, may findings din po about some expenses po na pinresent doon sa kanilang acknowledgement receipts na hindi presented doon sa kanilang accomplishment report.
What else, Mr. Witness?
Number 5 po dun sa notice of suspension, katulad po nung sinabi ko kanina, yung total expenses nila based on the acknowledgement receipts ay umabot ng 125,150,000, which is 150,000 in excess po doon sa kanilang total expenses based on the accomplishment report na 125 million pesos.
Let me try to understand this. Nag-issue ang total is sobra. Nag-liquidate, pero ang liquidate nila ay sobra sa amount na 150 million.
Ang ginastos po nila based on the acknowledgement receipts ay sobra po compared dun sa laman ng kanilang accomplishment report.
May discrepancy?
May discrepancy po na 150,000 pesos.
What happened? May notice of suspension. What happened after you issued this notice of suspension? If any?
After po ma-issue yung notice of suspension ay wala na po akong personal knowledge since nag-transfer na po ako to other audit sector po of the Commission on Audit.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. We have just finished the liquidation of the last quarter of 2022. We are mindful, Your Honor, of the request of the presiding judge to end at 2:30. Would you like us to continue? There are 3 more quarters for the Office of the Vice President and the Department of Education. We can start for 10 more minutes or we can end here, Mr.
Let's end at 2:30, Council. Let's
Yes,
try to
okay.
use up the time. You can proceed with the first quarter of the OVP. All of these documents are admitted and stipulated to by the council for respondent anyway.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Witness, let's now go to the first court, let us now go to the first quarter. Mr. Witness, you mentioned earlier that aside from the fourth quarter of 2022, you also audited the OVP's liquidation of confidential funds for the first 3 quarters of 2023. You confirm that, Mr. Witness?
Yes po, I confirm po.
If I show you the OVP's, the Office of the Vice President's response, dated November 30, 2023, a stipulated document, and for prosecution marked as Exhibit P-1-12-D, dated November 30, 2023. And we are showing it on the screen, Your Honors, for better appreciation by the impeachment court. What, Mr. Witness, were, if any, were the liquidation documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President as regards the confidential funds received for first quarter and the second quarter of 2023?
Counsel, just to point it out, I believe that the November 30 response pertains to the last quarter of 2022, not the first quarter of 2023.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for pointing it out, Your Honor. For the first quarter of 2023, what documents were submitted by the Office of the Vice President by way of liquidation of the confidential funds for this period?
The documents po submitted by the Office of the Vice President for the first and second quarter of 2023 include yung kanilang liquidation report, yung disbursement voucher, yung cheque, yung obligation request, their physical and financial plan for calendar year 2023, yung kanilang quarterly accomplishment reports, and yung proof of submission po noon dun sa Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House, yung certification po nung accountable officer on the utilization of the confidential fund, yung designation po nung kanilang special disbursing officer, yung specimen signatures nung signatories nung documents, at yung fidelity bond po nung kanilang accountable officers.
And Mr. Witness, if these documents are shown to you, would you be able to identify the same? Again, Your Honor, the documents mentioned by the witness are stipulated documents.
Counsel, may reports.
Marked both by the prosecution and defense. Showing to you, Mr. Witness, liquidation documents for the period covering February 6 to March 29, 2023. For another period, April 25.
Liquidation document.
Okay. Among the documents being shown to you is a physical and financial plan issued by the Office of the Vice President for calendar year 2023, being flashed on the screen, specifically a physical and financial plan dated January 20, 2023, marked as Exhibit P-1 -14-A-1 common exhibit with the respondent defense. On the lower right side of this document, there appears a signature below the words approved by. Whose signature is this, Mr. Witness?
This is the signature po of the Vice President Sara Duterte.
And again, tell us why you know this signature. Tell us.
Because the OBP po submitted specimen signatures of the signatories po, and one of the specimen signatures submitted is that of the Vice President, and her signature po on the specimen signature submitted is the same with her signature po on this document.
And in this very same document, there is a phrase, quote unquote, approved by. What does this mean?
Ang ibig sabihin po noon ay inapprove po ni Vice Presidente yung contents ng Fiscal and Financial Plan na sinubmit sa ICFAO.
Please take a look at these documents and tell us what significant observations have you made?
If any. Based on this document po, hindi po naka-indicate dun sa column A yung specific confidential activities as required po under 4.2 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Why is this necessary?
It is necessary po since under item 4.2 po of the Joint Circular, it shall be the basis po ng disbursements ng kanilang confidential fund.
What else did you observe, Mr. Witness?
Since yung hindi po naka-enumerate yung kanilang specific confidential activities, yung columns for the expected outcome at yung column for the physical target ay hindi rin po kompleto since hindi po nakamatch yun doon sa kanilang specific confidential activities.
For the record, because it's not quite clear, could you read for the record what is there stated in the third column?
In the third column po, physical target. Letter A, number of identified areas with surveillance conducted and monitored, and letter B, percentage of activities implemented without and toward security-related incidents.
Okay, you mentioned number of areas. What specific number was indicated there?
Ang wala pong naka-indicate dito, ma'am.
There is no indication as to areas. What about where? Specifically, province, city, were these surveillances conducted?
Wala pong naka-indicate dito based on this document po.
And why is that necessary, Mr. Witness?
Actually, it is a plan, since it is a physical and financial plan, so ito po talaga yung basis nila for their disbursement.
Okay. What else is indicated there?
What, can you repeat your question po?
Ano pa nakalagay dyan sa third column na binabasa natin kanina?
Yung dalawa lang po, yung A and B.
Okay.
Number of identified areas and yung percentage of activities implemented.
And Mr. Witness, any other observation that you have made?
Katulad po nung sinabi ko kanina, dapat ay nakamatch yan dun sa kanilang specific confidential activities. Pero since hindi po naka-enumerate yung kanilang specific confidential activities, so hindi rin po kompleto yung information dun sa kanilang physical target.
Ano naman, based on this, ano naman ang provision, applicable provision ng joint circular?
That is yung
applicable dito.
Yung item 4.2 po of the joint circular.
Ano ang 4.2 natin ulit?
It provides therefore that all allocations for confidential fund must be supported with a physical and financial plan which shall indicate the proposed amount for each project, programs, and activities where the disbursements from the confidential fund shall be based.
Okay. We now go to the last set of documents, which are also stipulated documents. Three more documents. I am showing to you three checks, specifically land bank checks a land bank check 002444053 dated January 31, 2023, previously marked as Prosecution's Exhibit P-1-11-B. Again, this is a stipulated document. What, if any, is the significance of this land bank check being flashed on the screen for easy reference?
Ito pong land bank checks, ito yung proof na pwede na nilang i-withdraw yung kanilang cash advance.
At magkano ang land bank check na yan?
Based on these land bank checks po, ang amount po ay 125 million pesos per quarter from the first to third quarter of 2023.
Another check, land bank check number 002455511 dated April 18, 2023, marked as Exhibit P-1-11-C, another stipulated document. What is the significance of this check? Being shown to you, Mr. Witness, and being flashed on the screen for easy reference of the impeachment court.
Ang significance po nito ay pwede na nilang i-withdraw. It is a proof that pwede na nilang i-withdraw yung amount of the cash advance.
And Mr. Witness, these three checks, and there is one last more.
One more check, Counsel.
One more check. Land bank check number 000245664 dated July 13, 2023, marked as Prosecution Exhibit P-1-11-D, also a stipulated common exhibit. Please take a look at this check. Tell us the significance of this check, if any.
The significance of this check po is it is a proof po na pwede na nilang i-withdraw yung kanilang cash advance for this quarter.
And this check submitted to your office, to the COA-ICFAO,
Yes, ma'am.
are the very same checks that you identified this afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
With the indulgence of counsel, you want to wrap up there and continue your direct tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
The witness is excused. Mr. Wamil, kindly be here again tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the continuation of your testimony. You will be testifying under the same oath. Now, for some administrative matters, pursuant to the July 20, 2026 ruling of the presiding officer, the BIR, Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Anti-Money Laundering Council, BDO Unibank, Philippine Savings Bank, PS Bank, Metropolitan Bank and Trust Company, Security Bank, Land Bank of the Philippines, and the Bank of the Philippine Islands, through their representatives, submitted the subpoena documents to the Office of the Clerk of Court on July 30, 2026. During their submission, however, BDO Unibank and Security Bank manifested their request for an additional period of 10 days. 10 banking days rather, or until August 13 to submit documents which they were not able to submit on time. BDO requested for additional time to retrieve, compile, produce, and submit item number 3 in the subpoena, namely all account transactions, records, ledgers, journals, etc., and transaction logs. Meanwhile, Security Bank manifested that due to the volume, it was unable to complete the printing of documents pertaining to 2 of the 20 entities, namely GenCorp Industries and Cali 88 Foods Corporation. In view of the foregoing, the court resolves to note and grant the request of BDO for an additional 10 days, 10 banking days rather, or until August 13 to submit the additional documents required by the subpoena duces tecum. Right, likewise, BDO is directed to submit 4 additional USB flash drives containing the electronic copies of the subpoena documents which were submitted on July 30. The same ruling applies for the other banks and government agencies and offices. The court also notes and grants the request of Security Bank for an additional 10 working days from July 30 or until August 13 to submit to the clerk of court the 3 certified true copies and 5 USB flash drives containing the complete electronic copies of the bank records pertaining to GenCorp Industries Incorporated and Calio Foods 88. For the information of the senator judges, the clerk of court received the submission coming from the BIR after the BIR commissioner submitted a presidential authorization providing for the release of the documents from the BIR as required by Section 71 in relation to Section 270 of the National Internal Revenue Code, in compliance again with the court's directive prior to receiving its submission. For the information of the senator judges and then for the information of the parties, copies shall be given, if at all, to the parties after the submissions shall have been completed, where the parties will be given equal opportunity to review the documents, photocopy the same, and study the same, since this is still the last article we will be taking up. So ordered. If there are no other business to be taken up, we will adjourn the trial, and for the information of the senator judges, session shall be convened at 3 p.m. in the afternoon upon advice of the Senate President, Senate President Win Gatchalian. Trial is adjourned until tomorrow, August 4 at 10 a.m.
CBP lang ang may confidential fund among the VPs and the Previous Secretary of Defense?
Opo. Nako, mahirap sagutin sir yung unang tanong nyo because yan ay siguro masasagot natin pagdating sa cross-examination naman ng defense, no? At hindi lang dito sa witness na to, I think para rin sa susunod na witness kasi kanina nakita naman natin kung ano lang yung saklaw ng witness na ito. At if I believe meron pang isang witness na COA rin, no, na mag-testify. So masasagot. Hindi ko muna sagutin yan because that will really be on the merits na. But secondly, doon sa CVP lang, ang sinagot lang naman ng witness is kung saklaw lang nung kanyang time, no, sa KaMAtis. So kung meron bang confidential funds yung previous vice presidents aside from the vice president Sara Duterte, I'm sure you can fact check that. I think may mga lumabas na rin na ganyan kamakailan, diba? Kung sino mga vice president may confidential funds. So yun namang nasagot ng witness kanina is based on his experience in KaMAtis lamang. So I think the period was from 2014 to 2024 kung hindi ako nagkakamali.
Attorney, kanina marami po tayong pumayag na mag-stipulate on certain facts but not on the 11-day period na sinasabi po nung prosecution. Can you expound on that? Bakit hindi po tayo pumayag sa stipulation?
Yes, because sa atin, no, yung 11 days kasi may mga explanation yan, may maaari tayong gawin na cross dyan. So, hindi pa muna tayo pumayag sa stipulation doon. But as to the other documents, such as yung mga sinabmit sa COA, maliban lang sa acknowledgement receipts, of course, but yung pagdating doon sa mga, naging AOM or notice of suspension, I think those are official documents naman ng COA. So, hindi na natin dinidispute yun, katulad ng mga ginawa natin doon sa mga cheque na in-encash sa land bank kamakailan. I mean, yung na-discuss kamakailan. Sa acknowledgement receipts. Opo, dahil loose po kasi yan, no? They're separate sheets. So, we cannot stipulate based on, I think, around 3,000, 4,000 documents. We really have to protect rin naman po the rights of our client. Although, I think narinig nyo rin naman, na-mention ko rin kanina, na kung pwede lang naman, mag-stipulate na talaga kami. Kaya lang, pagdating doon, we really had to take a hard line because syempre, we cannot be, we have to be diligent din in our duties as her counsel and we cannot risk, no? Sa dami ng dokumento na yon, diba? Wala kaming sinasabing baka may pineke or something. I just want to make that clear. Pero ang sinasabi natin is hindi natin alam, diba? So ayaw natin na mag-stipulate sa ganun karaming dokumento, lalong-lalo na since yung nature nga niya ay acknowledgement receipts, no?
Sir, for fairness lang, kasi kanina tinanong ko yung Prosec, may signature si VP na financial physical plan and also sa voucher, sa disbursement vouchers. And I asked for the significance of the signature. Sabi ni Atty. Tolosa is that it ties the Vice President to whatever malfeasance they will find in the spending of the confidential funds.
Well, sa atin, yung mga dokumento na yan ay kinailangan dumaan sa isang proseso, dumaan sa approval. As to the malfeasance, that's for them to prove, no? At sa atin, that's for us to also disprove, diba? So we will find out in the coming days. But again, as the COA representative said earlier, their audit is limited to just compliance with the joint circular. Nothing further than that, diba?
Liquidation, whose responsibility is it? Is it the Vice President?
That's something that we will have to discuss in the coming days. No? So I can't answer you muna dyan. But you can read the joint circular and you can see naman sino yung mga accountable officers po talaga doon.
Rephrase kasi. How much is the involvement of the Vice President in terms of the
documents will I don't want to, again, you're tying me to an answer and I can't answer you because we're delving into the merits. I'm really sorry, sir.
Sir, nakabalik na po ba si VP? And ano po yung nirelay sa kanila?
Ang alam ko, hindi ko masigurado kung nakabalik siya. I think nakabalik na, based on the schedule. But again, you have to confirm with OVP dahil hindi na po ako spokesperson ng OVP. I think we always forget that. So I'm not privy to the daily schedule of the Vice President. But pagdating naman po sa communication, it's just updates on our part. Wala namang anything significant dun sa normal updates na binibigay lang namin sa kanya on a day-to-day basis pagdating dito sa impeachment proceedings.
Attorney, meron po ba
po mga pasabog dun sa mga ipinusenta kanina ng testigo at sa kanyang testimony?
Wala naman po dahil sa aming pananaw, yan naman na ang lumabas sa COA findings. Pina-identify lang naman sa COA kung ano yung kanilang naging findings. So kumbaga, nothing that we haven't read before. No, I think ang hindi lang nasasagot ng COA pa sa ngayon is ano yung nangyari after ng mga findings sila, diba? Which I'm sure we'll get to in the next few days.
Attorney, how will the defense or how does the defense intend to respond doon sa findings na based on the joint memorandum circular? Attorney, meron doon mga beyond purposes, yung mga acknowledgement receipts and beyond the dates that were supposed to be in the period.
Sorry, Jai, but you'll know when we do our cross-examination. You'll know. Oh, definitely sa cross or even in our evidence in chief kung kinakailangan, meaning if it's our turn. But if we could, but pagdating naman sa cross, we can also ask questions on those matters.
Sir, balikan ko lang si VP. Sir, na-share niyo po sa kanya yung decision ni President Marcos na i-allow yung opening ng mga bank?
Hindi na po. Because that's all in the news. So I don't share things in the news na meron naman siyang sarili ng news monitoring. So I don't share those things.
Wala naman siyang comment, sir?
Hindi ko na po na-share. So wala din po siyang comment.
Okay. Attorney, to your knowledge, meron pa bang other acknowledgement receipt na may nakapangalan kay Mary Grace Piatos?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm not trying to be evasive. Hindi ko lang po talaga alam. Hindi ko naman namin.
Kasi talagang sobrang, syempre, kilala si Mary Grace Piatos. Kanina doon sa trial, lumalabas sa 70,000 pesos yung nabigay sa kanya compared doon sa mas malalaki pang mga pangalan.
Hindi ko po alam kung ano yung susurmise natin doon sa halagang binigay sa kanya or halagang compared sa iba. I think ang importante po talaga dito, you'll have to wait doon sa ano ba yung naging findings talaga ng COA. No? Kasi yung Mary Grace Piatos, lumabas lang naman yan sa congressional hearings di ba? So ngayon nandito pa lang tayo sa COA, I'm sure magkakaroon ng ebidensya para tugunan yung Mary Grace Piatos issue. Magkakaroon ng ibang witness para tugunan yung Mary Grace Piatos issue. But pagdating naman sa pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, it's really just the COA findings.
Asawa po kaya siya ni Randolf Piatos?
I don't want to speculate, ma'am. I don't want to speculate. I don't know her personally, so I cannot speculate.
But definitely yung po mga pinakita kanilang ebidensya, testimonya ay kaya natin tapatan yon sa inyong cross-examination.
Well, ayoko naman sabihin tapatan. I think sabihin na lang natin na kaya nating suriin yung mga naging findings ng COA para mapakita lang sa ating mga kababayan kung ano yung buong storya. No? Because this is just one side of the story. But again, factual lang din naman yung nangyari kanina, di ba? Lumalabas lang naman yung COA findings. So sa ating pagsusuri, as much as possible, syempre factual din lang po tayo. We'll stick with what COA knows. We cannot naman kasi add on to yung limitations ng witness kung ano lang yung participation niya dun sa testimonya na binibigay po niya.
Attorney, kayo nag-object dun sa undealing?
Sa akin lang naman po, although again, with all due respect to Attorney Kapunan dahil hindi ko naman po gusto talaga mag-object kung hindi kinakailangan. Yun lang kasi parang nabibigyan kasi ng kulay pag ganong mga pangalan. Although she stated naman for the record na she's just reading it the way it's written. So, but to me kasi ang dating sa akin is nabibigyan ng kulay. Of course, no offense meant to Attorney Kapunan. I'm just doing my job as counsel. So I found the question to be objectionable. If you noticed, medyo malimit lang naman yung pag-object ko kanina. Maraming bagay na sa tingin ko hindi na dapat objectan. At katulad nga kanina, nagkaroon kami ng issue na ang pinapa-strike out ko yung sagot. Ang sabi, dapat nag-object ako sa tanong. Well, kaya kinailangan kong i-put on record lang na hindi naman kasi talaga objectionable yung tanong. Pero yung sagot yung objectionable. Kaya lang ako nag-object na, actually I did object. I moved that the answer be stricken off the record. So, may mga ganong bagay, may mga ganong nuances. No? But again, I respect the distinguished counsel of Attorney Kapunan greatly. So, I think it was an interesting session today. Kaya lang yun nga, hindi pa tayo natatapos.
Sir,
Yes, Ms. Katrina.
Ano yung legal basis for the use of possible aliases sa mga acknowledgement receipts without delving into the matter? Just the legal basis.
we're not yet there, so I won't discuss that. That's not covered by the COA witnesses. No? So we're not yet there. I beg your patience. I understand the question, but I beg your indulgence and your patience. Baka dun sa tamang witness natin pag-usapan po yan.
So, mag-bring up po
Tingnan natin. I'm sure, kasi isa yan sa mga issues di ba? So, whether alias ba yun o hindi, yung mga ganung bagay, I'm sure at one point matatakil yan, but I don't want to preempt anything that the prosecution will present, in fairness to them, and I also don't want to preempt our own defenses kung sakali man. So, ayoko munang itakil kasi dito pa lang tayo sa COA. I think importante and maganda yung natatanong nyo yung mga ganyan actually para maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan na sa ngayon, dun pa lamang tayo sa COA findings at this will not be the end of it all. No? Marami pang may mga magtetestigo sa prosecution and even on the defense side.
Attorney, another clarification, Attorney. What happened during the 30-minute suspension for our public?
We were just comparing the documents because si Attorney Kapunan, meaning the prosecution panel, was asking for us to stipulate on a list of documents. And as I've mentioned to you last week, kahit na in-expect natin na mas masilimuot yung itong COA na mga witnesses, kung pwede naman nating paikliin, ready din naman at willing din naman ng defense na paikliin. That's why, ang ginawa lang po namin kanina, before we jumped the gun and just said na we were okay with stipulating, syempre, due diligence lang on our part, kinumpare lang namin yung mga documents nila sa documents namin, kung pareho, at yun ba talaga yung gusto nilang ma-stipulate. And nung nakita naman namin na pareho, we agreed to the stipulation, to the proposal to stipulate.
Sorry. Verify ko lang. Attorney Tolosa said that during the pre-trial, you did not agree to pre-mark this set of documents itong tinapad niyo kanina. Kaya tayo nag-stipulate niyo. Hindi niyo pinag-usapan ng pre-trial.
I think both, I think all documents were marked, no, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, some kasama pa dun sa hinabol. Pero wala kasing, we did not agree to stipulate on certain facts noong pre-trial. So, itong sa marking, ang nangyari kasi kaya rin sinasabi na common exhibit, at kaya ko rin sinasabi, kunyari sa acknowledgement receipts, na hindi po siya technically common exhibit kasi although maybe pareho yung dokumento, separate po yung marking namin. Meaning yung marking and acknowledgement receipt nila, meron din kaming sariling mga set of acknowledgement receipts na minarkahan. Hindi yun yung parang common exhibit na isang dokumento, dalawang marking, prosecution and defense. Yung ang nangyari po dito sa acknowledgement receipts, may sarili silang mga acknowledgement receipts, kami rin may sariling set.
Pero pre-trial, you did not stipulate talaga. I mean, why?
Because there was no stipulation needed for pre-trial. Ang stipulation na ginagawa sa pre-trial is stipulation on facts. No? Pagdating sa documents, it's really just marking.
Attorney, on the
Sige lang po.
records lang po, will you still oppose yung presentation nito once this is offered po?
Hindi pa namin masasabi kasi sa ngayon, sa PINA pa lang naman yung stage, meaning procedural siya. Compliance lang dun sa PINA. Ngayon, pag dumating yung panahon na i-represent to, nabanggit ko rin to sa isang show the other day na hindi pa naman nawawala yung karapatan natin mag-object as to the admissibility. Kasi ang isang dokumento para maging ebidensya, it has to be admitted into evidence, and to be able to do that, you have to fulfill two requisites, no? Yung competence and yung relevance. Competence meaning dapat po ay naayon siya sa batas or walang nagbabawal sa kanya bilang ma-admit bilang ebidensya, and ang pangalawa is yung kung relevant ba siya. So it will depend on saan gagamitin to, and we will see if we will oppose or not.
Sorry to pose this question lang. Doon sa mga posibleng mag-isip, pag walang resibo, illegal ang paggamit ng pondo.
Sir, gusto ko sana kayo talagang sagutin, pero hindi pa kasi tapos, nasa prosecution pa lang po tayo. Siguro hintayin na lang po natin na matapos din yung cross-examination and even yung defense. Pasensya na po, sir, I really understand the question. Kasi nga hanging ngayon, no, na ano pa lang. So let's just wait na matapos itong witness na to. And again, hindi lang ito yung witness, meron pang ibang witnesses to come. Again, I really apologize to you for that.
Maraming sinasabing acknowledgement receipt, pero ang mga napili, sina Mary Grace Piatos, si Atty, etc. Do you think calculated dito ng prosecution?
Of course, planado kung ano yung i-represent mo, but let's not cast aspersions also against the prosecution pagdating doon. syempre strategy nila yan and it's within their prerogative kung aling ARs. So, sa akin, definitely, kahit naman sa defense, kung ano yung ilalabas namin in a random stock, syempre po, alam na rin, full control na rin kami kung ano yung ilalabas natin. So, although sinabi natin na syempre alam nila kung ano yung ilalabas nila, wala naman po masama doon, prerogative naman po nila yon. Just like magiging prerogative rin ng defense pag kami naman yung nagrepresenta ng mga ganitong receipts. Okay? Sige po. Yeah, opo. Sige po. Thank you very much for your patience. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Magandang hapon po.
ang maging observation or maging submission ng mga documents or substantial compliant lang. Ang sinabi ni Attorney Wamil is strict compliance kasi pera ng taong bayan itong pinaggagamitan dito sa confidential activities, di ba? So that's why it's important also na yung mga additional attachment pagdating sa pagpa-purchase ng information tas gagamitin mo gamot or gagamitin mo na reward tables and chairs. Halimbawa si Mary Grace Piatos ang binayad sa kanya ay medisina, hindi natin alam kung masakitin ba ito si Mary Grace Piatos. So kailangan may additional na sales invoice para halimbawa makomply nila na talagang apart from the receipt ng acknowledgement receipt, merong nagpapatunay na tinanggap nila with the amount of 70,000 in the case of Mary Grace Piatos na gamot ang kanyang tinanggap ay may sales invoice of let's say penicillin halimbawa na worth 70,000 pesos. Hindi natin alam, baka may plano si Mary Grace Piatos na magtayo ng butika. No? 70,000 worth of medicine. Kaya strict compliance at hindi substantial compliance ang kailangan ng ICFAO, no? Para ma-determine na tama yung paggamit ng confidential funds.
Pero ano po yung initial assessment ng prosecution team when it comes to these names? Are they parang at the very least questionable? Kasi parang kumikita natin may Andy Lim, di ba? May Miko Harina. Ayun po. And also, ilan po yung ARs in total? And how much in total po itong na-release?
Lumalabas yung mga ARs, no? Nasa more than 3,000. Almost 4,000. 3,800? 3,800 plus. So, ito yung mga ARs. Pero, kagaya nga ng binanggit kanina ng ating counsel for the prosecution, si Attorney Lorna Kapunan, na isa-summarize lang nila. Ang ginamit na lang i-summary at ilan lamang ang kanilang nilabas dahil it will take time. Kung isipin mo, could you imagine kung kada isang acknowledgement receipt ay ilalantad pa. Anyway, yung iba naman, insofar as the other acknowledgement receipts are concerned, yung for the first quarter, second quarter, and third quarter of 2023, ito naman ay in-stipulate na. Ibig sabihin, hindi na kailangan ipresenta dahil common exhibit na. Ang pinag-uusapan na lamang ngayon o kailangan na lang ipresenta at patunayan yung more than 800 na acknowledgement receipt para sa December 2022.
Dagdag ko lang yun yung acknowledgement receipt na sinasabi, no? With dun sa last quarter of 2022, merong 25,606,000 worth of acknowledgement receipts na hindi sakop doon sa coverage ng last quarter. Ibig sabihin, ang date na lumabas ay 2023, January of 2023. January 2023. A worth of 25,606,000 na acknowledgement receipts na ang kanyang petsa ay outside doon sa petsa na covered noong last quarter of 2022. Merong 3,200,000 na undated. Ito yung mga acknowledgement receipts, wala silang naka-specify na date, petsa, no? Oo. So yung blanco, na yun yung naging observation nila, no, na nag-trigger doon sa notice of suspension.
Is it questionable? Yung mga
questionable kasi nga naging ano sila eh. Kaya nga sila inisyuhan ng audit observation memo at ito naman ay hindi naman nila na-justify kaya ang sumunod na notice of suspension. So hindi pa sinasabi yung notice of disallowance na susunod.
Magandang hapon po, Isa Umali from DZWB. I-follow up ko lang din po yung question ni Kenneth. Yung pong mga names kasi na lumabas ngayon, medyo bago rin po yung iba, di ba? Kumbaga hindi siya lumabas before. So kayo po ba, nagkaroon din po ba ng efforts to know kung ano yung records nila sa Philippine Statistics Authority? Meron ba silang records ng kapanganakan, kasal, or kamatayan po?
Kung maalala po ninyo, nung pong panahon, nung Committee on Good Government noong 19 Congress, kasama po sila sa mga sinumite namin sa PSA at lumalabas doon sa record halos 70 or 80% ng mga pangalan na sinubmit o ginamit dito sa acknowledgement receipt. Lahat po ay wala pong petsa ng kapanganakan, wala rin petsa ng kamatayan. So lumalabas, sila ay hindi nag-i-exist na tao.
So, masasabi po talaga na fictitious tong mga to?
Well, hindi pa natin masasabi. Well, pwede natin sabihin ginamit silang pseudonym. 'Di ba? Kasi ginagamit naman daw nila yan sa Intel. Pero ang susunod na magiging tanong diyan, sino yung totoong tao?
And,
alam ko yung pseudonyms, no, kasi during the hearing ni Chairman Joel, sinabi naman talaga at nandun sa joint circular, kung di ako nagkakamali, even if gagamit kayo ng pseudonym to protect the identity of your informant or your asset, ang COA dapat alam nila yung tunay na pangalan nung taong gumagamit ng Miko Harina o yung taong gumagamit ng Andilim o yung taong gumagamit na Soap Liwanag, Mr. Liwanag, halimbawa lang kung mayroong Mr. Liwanag. I mean, these are things that should not be hidden from ICFAO because sila mismo sa kanilang joint circular, it has to be strictly compliant with the joint circular kung lahat ng mga documents that would prove that the utilization of these funds are perfectly well and rightly so implemented. Implemented meaning those people who have received these funds or these amounts are real people, though they may seem to hide in pseudonym for the purpose of protecting their identity, pero not to keep this hidden from ICFAO.
Ganito po yan. Meron po mga pseudonym na ginamit. Pero yung mga pangalan po na counterpart nito or yung mga identity, yung true identity, dapat po nakalagay yan sa isang sealed envelope. At sa likod ng sealed envelope may nakalagay confidential. At itong sealed envelope na to, dapat ito nakatago sa vault ng SDO. So kung meron man po itong masasabi natin na true identity, dapat nung hiningi na sa kanila nung COA, ICPAO, dapat sinumiti na nila ito kung na-question yung identity.
And second question na lang po, yung susunod po na isasalang sa witness stand, taga-COA din po. Ina-expect niyo po ba na mas mapapalalim pa itong issue po doon sa acknowledgement receipts? Mayroon pang, kumbaga, aasahan na iba pang mga names na susulpot?
Well, ayoko naman pangunahan kung anong magiging testigo noon. Pero kung makikita po ninyo kanina, sinabi po ng testigo natin, kasi siya yung previous na state.
Secretary will please call the roll.